welcome to Tales in the Dark. I know many of you enjoy relaxing with these videos, so I recommend turning down the volume until my voice is barely audible. It'll make the experience even more soothing. Before you close your eyes, let me know in the comments where you're listening from. Leave a like and subscribe to the channel. Thank you and enjoy listening. Story 1, it was just a house old, abandoned, nothing special. But as I walked past it on my way home, I heard it, my name, soft, distant, curling through the air like a whisper carried by the wind. The scent of damp wood and old fabric drifted from the open doorway, though I swore it had been boarded up yesterday. My pulse quickened. I wasn't going to go inside, but something told me I already had. I stood frozen on the weathered path leading to the front porch. The autumn air felt suddenly thick, harder to breathe. I glanced behind me, half expecting to see someone watching, playing some elaborate prank. The street remained empty, silent, just me in the house with its peeling paint and dark windows that seemed more like eyes than architectural features. My name came again, fainter this time, as if the speaker was moving away from me, deeper into the shadows beyond the threshold. I found myself taking a step forward, then another, driven by a curiosity I couldn't explain. The wooden boards of the porch creaked under my weight, although I could have sworn I felt them vibrate before my foot even touched them. Hello, my voice sounded wrong in the still air, too bright, too normal for what was happening. No answer came, but the air inside the doorway seemed to shift, pulling inward like an intake of breath. The foyer smelled of mothballs and something sweeter, almost floral, but with a strange metallic undertone. I ran my fingers along the wall as I stepped inside, feeling for a light switch out of habit. The wallpaper felt warm beneath my fingertips, and I could swear it pulsed slightly, like touching the neck of someone with a rapid heartbeat. A sound came from upstairs, the soft creak of weight shifting across old floorboards. I should have left then. Any reasonable person would have. Instead, I pulled out my phone, turned on the flashlight, and began documenting everything. If something strange was happening, I wanted proof. The beam of light revealed a grand staircase with an ornate banister, dusty picture frames with faces I couldn't quite make out, and a chandelier that caught the light in odd ways, refracting it into patterns that danced across the walls like living things. "I know someone's here," I called out, trying to sound more confident than I felt. "I heard you." My voice seemed to be swallowed by the house itself. Even the echo I expected never came. The air felt dense, resistant, as if the space around me was filled with invisible cotton wool. I took a picture of the staircase, then checked my phone. Where the stairs should have been, the image showed only a solid wall. I looked up, blinking hard. The staircase was still there, solid and real before me. I touched the banister to confirm its existence, and a chill ran through my fingers. Taking a deep breath, I began to climb. Each step produced a different sound. Some creaked, others rang like hollow bells, and a few remained eerily silent despite the visible age of the wood. I documented everything, narrating softly into my phone's voice recorder. "The temperature drops with each step up," I whispered. "The air smells different on the second floor, older, like wet soil and iron." The upstairs hallway stretched longer than seemed possible based on the exterior dimensions of the house. Doors lined both sides, most closed, a few slightly ajar. From one of these partly open doors came a soft glow, neither warm like incandescent light nor cold like lead, something in between, pulsing gently. I approached slowly, phone held out before me like a shield. The floorboards beneath me felt like they were subtly shifting, adjusting to my weight in a way that wood shouldn't. The door with the light seemed to be getting no closer despite my forward movement. Then suddenly I was there, standing before it. I pushed the door wider with my fingertips. The room inside was empty except for a single mirror leaning against the far wall. The glass reflected nothing, not me, not the doorway, not even the light that seemed to emanate from its surface. I snapped another picture and looked at my phone. The image showed me standing in the doorway, but behind me in the reflection was someone else, their features blurred and stretched as if viewed through warped glass. My heart hammered in my chest. I spun around. The hallway was empty. When I turned back to the mirror, I saw my reflection at last, but something was wrong. The me in the mirror moved a fraction of a second too late, smiled when I wasn't smiling, reached up to touch its face when my arms were firmly at my sides. I backed away, stumbling slightly. The door slammed shut before me with a force that sent vibrations through the floorboards. I tried the handle, but it wouldn't budge. A noise from downstairs drew my attention, drawers opening and closing, the shuffle of papers, someone searching for something. I called out again, desperate now for any human contact, even if it meant confronting an intruder. No answer came, but the sound stopped abruptly. The silence that followed was absolute, pressing against my ears like physical pressure. I made my way back to the staircase, noticing how the hallway now seemed much shorter than before. The pictures on the walls had changed, two different faces, different eras, but all with the same empty expression, eyes that seemed to follow my movement. As I descended, I noticed marks on the wall beside the staircase, tally marks, hundreds of them, etched into the paint and plaster. Fresh scratches, some still dusted with white powder. I hadn't noticed them on my way up. At the bottom of the stairs, I found a journal lying open on a small table that hadn't been there before. The pages were filled with cramped handwriting, the same phrase repeated over and over. It knows my name. It knows my name. It knows my name. The handwriting was my own. I dropped the journal and ran for the front door, only to find myself entering the kitchen instead. The walls were lined with old cabinets, their doors hanging open to reveal empty interiors. A faucet dripped steadily into a stained sink. Each drop echoed with the sound of my name. I tried another door, finding myself back in the foyer. The front door stood open, showing the empty street beyond. Relief washed over me as I rushed toward it, only to emerge into the upstairs hallway again, facing that same partly open door with its strange light. Panic set in. I ran down the hallway, trying every door. Bedrooms, bathrooms, closets, all empty except for mirrors. Always mirrors, and in each one my reflection behaved differently, some watching me curiously, others turning away as I entered, one even pressing its hands against the glass as if trying to break through. In one room I found a camera, old analog with film inside. I took it, hoping it might capture what my phone could not. I began photographing everything, the mirrors, the hallway, the tally marks that now appeared on every wall. The camera clicked and whirred, but when I tried to check my phone again, the screen remained dark, dead, though I was certain it had been fully charged. I found the staircase again, different now, steeper, narrower, spiraling down where before it had been straight. I followed it anyway, desperate for any way out. At the bottom, I found another empty room with a single chair facing the wall. On the wall hung a framed photograph of the house, taken from the street. In the upstairs window stood a figure, watching my figure. I raised the camera and took a picture of the photograph. The flash illuminated the room briefly, revealing writing on the walls that hadn't been visible before: names, dates, pleas for help. Among them, in my handwriting, "I've been here for days." A door appeared in the wall beside the photograph, one that hadn't existed moments before. Beyond it lay a narrow corridor that seemed to lead back toward the front of the house. Hope sparked again as I followed it. The corridor ended at another door. I pushed it open and stepped through into bright sunlight. I was standing on the front porch facing the street. Behind me, the house stood silent, its doors and windows firmly boarded up, just as they had been before all this started. Relief flooded through me. I had escaped. Whatever strange experience I'd had was over. I checked my pockets for my phone, wanting to see the photos to prove to myself that something had actually happened. Instead, I found the old camera. When I raised it to my eye and looked through the viewfinder at the house, I saw myself still inside, looking out through a second-floor window, camera raised to mirror my exact position. Both of us, the me on the porch and the me in the window, took a photo at the same moment. The sound of the shutter was the same sound as my name being whispered. I lowered the camera, my hands shaking. The house looked abandoned, untouched by human presence for years, but I knew better now. I knew it contained multitudes versions of myself trapped in endless loops, documenting their own imprisonment. I should have walked away then, anyone else would have. Instead, I developed the film. Each photo showed the same thing: the house, empty except for mirrors, and in each mirror, reflections of people who weren't there when the pictures were taken. In the final image, a photo of the front of the house, every window framed a different version of me, all staring out with hollow eyes. I keep the photos in a box under my bed now. Sometimes I take them out, studying the faces for clues, searching for a way to help them to help myself. Each night I dream of walking past that house again, of hearing my name whispered from the shadows. Each morning I wake to find tally marks etched into my bedroom wall that weren't there when I went to sleep. And sometimes when I catch my reflection unaware, I notice it watching me with curious eyes, as if wondering when I'll realize the truth. I never left that house at all. Story 2. The water had already stopped running when I stepped into the bathroom, steam curling against the mirror. I reached for my towel when my breath caught. A shadow, a tall, unmoving shape, stood behind the shower curtain. My stomach twisted. The air smelled of soap and something sharp, metallic. My fingers hovered over the fabric. I knew I was alone. But when I pulled the curtain back, the tub was empty, and the steam-covered mirror had a single word written on it: hello. I backed away, my bare feet cold against the tile floor. The mirror began to fog over again, the word disappearing into condensation. I told myself it was nothing, perhaps a lingering mark from cleaning, or something I had absent-mindedly written earlier. Yet the metallic smell persisted, mingling with the lingering scent of my shampoo. That night I slept with my bedroom door locked, though I lived alone. Dreams came in fragmented whispers: someone standing over my bed, watching, someone breathing against the nape of my neck. When I woke, my sheets were damp with sweat, and a faint impression remained on the other side of the mattress, as if someone had been lying beside me. The next morning I showered quickly, eyes darting to the bathroom door every few seconds. The water felt different, somehow heavier, almost viscous against my skin. I kept the curtain partially open, unwilling to be enclosed. When I turned off the faucet, the silence pressed against my ears. Water dripped rhythmically, each drop echoing longer than it should have. I reached for my towel and froze. On the fogged mirror, new words had appeared: I see you. My hand trembled as I wiped the message away, the cloth squeaking against the glass. Beneath the surface condensation, the mirror felt unnaturally cold. I dressed in a hurry and left for work, determined to forget what I had seen. But as the day progressed, I found myself drawn to reflective surfaces, windows, computer screens, the polished coffee pot in the break room. Each time I caught my reflection, something seemed slightly off. The angle of my head, the timing of my movements, a delay of a fraction of a second. My coworkers noticed nothing amiss. They smiled, chatted about weekend plans, complained about deadlines. I nodded, responded appropriately, but felt increasingly disconnected, as if observing everything through a pane of glass. That evening I returned home and stood outside my bathroom door for long minutes, gathering courage. Finally, I pushed it open. Everything appeared normal: white tiles, shower curtain pulled back, mirror clear. I ran my fingers along the edge of the sink, feeling nothing unusual. Perhaps I had imagined it all. I decided to run a bath instead of showering. As the water filled the tub, I watched steam rise, curling against the ceiling. The bathroom grew warm, comforting. I lowered myself into the water, feeling tension dissolve from my muscles. The gentle lapping against porcelain lulled me into a state of half-sleep. A soft tapping sound brought me back. Tap, 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 like fingernails against glass. I opened my eyes, scanning the room. Nothing moved. The tapping continued, gentle but insistent. I realized it came from the mirror. The surface had fogged again, though the water wasn't hot enough to create such steam. Through the condensation, words formed letter by letter, as if traced by an invisible finger. Let me in. I leapt from the tub, water cascading across the floor. My feet slipped on the wet tile as I grabbed a towel, wrapping it around myself. The mirror continued to fog, the message disappearing as new condensation formed. I backed away until I hit the door, fumbling for the handle without taking my eyes off the mirror. That night I covered every reflective surface in my apartment with towels, sheets, anything I could find. I unplugged appliances with screens, turned picture frames to face the wall. Sleep came fitfully, broken by the sensation of being watched. Morning brought rational thought. I was overtired, stressed, perhaps coming down with something. I carefully uncovered one mirror, staring at my reflection. Dark circles shadowed my eyes, but everything else seemed normal. I touched my face, watching my reflection mimic the movement perfectly. I decided to document what was happening. Using my phone, I took photos of the bathroom mirror at different times. I recorded the sounds in my apartment when I was sitting still. I made notes of anything unusual: temperature changes, unexplained noises, the metallic smell that came and went. After 3 days of nothing significant, I began to relax. My notes showed nothing abnormal. The photos captured only ordinary reflections. The recordings contained nothing but ambient sounds of my building. I uncovered the remaining mirrors and felt foolish for my fear. That night I showered confidently, letting hot water cascade over my shoulders. Steam billowed around me and I closed my eyes, feeling tension release. When I turned off the water, the sudden silence felt complete, peaceful. I pushed the curtain aside and reached for my towel. The mirror was completely fogged, and in the condensation, a face had been drawn crude, childlike, with round eyes and a wide smile. Below it, words, "I'm still here." My hand shook as I took my phone and snapped a picture. The screen showed only steam, no face, no words. I looked back at the mirror. The drawing remained unmistakable. I took another picture with the same result. I wiped the mirror clean with my towel, heart pounding. As the glass cleared, something shifted in my reflection. For a split second, my face wasn't mine, the eyes too wide, the smile too broad. Then it snapped back to normal, so quickly I couldn't be certain what I'd seen. That night, I left every light on in the apartment. I set up my laptop to record the bathroom mirror. I took detailed notes about what I was experiencing, trying to find patterns, explanations. The metallic smell grew stronger whenever the temperature dropped. The messages appeared only after water had run. My reflection seemed most distorted in the morning and evening light. I began avoiding the bathroom when possible, using facilities at work or the gym. When I had to use my own, I kept the door open, the shower curtain pulled back. I stopped looking directly at mirrors, instead checking my appearance in the dark screen of my turned-off phone. My recordings showed nothing unusual, just an empty bathroom, steam slowly dissipating from a shower no one was taking. But reviewing the footage, I noticed something strange. Shadows that shifted without corresponding movement, patches of darkness that lingered longer than they should have. A week passed, my notes grew more detailed, more desperate. I began sleeping on my couch, unable to face my bedroom. My coworkers commented on my appearance. Was I feeling well? Was something wrong at home? I smiled and made excuses about insomnia, allergies, anything to explain away the hollowness in my eyes. Then came the morning I awoke to find my notebook filled with writing that wasn't mine. Page after page of the same words, repeated in a cramped, unfamiliar hand. Let me wear you, let me wear you, let me wear you. I dropped the notebook as if it had burned me. My hands trembled as I picked up my phone to photograph the evidence, but when I looked at the screen, the pages appeared blank. I touched the paper, feeling the indentations of writing, but seeing nothing. That night, I decided to confront whatever was happening. I filled the bathtub with water, watching steam rise. The metallic smell grew stronger, making my eyes water. I placed my notebook on the closed toilet lid, a pen beside it. Then I sat on the edge of the tub, waiting. The mirror fogged slowly. Words appeared, one letter at a time, finally. What did you want? My voice sounded thin, fragile in the humid air. The mirror cleared itself, then new words to be seen. I see you, I whispered. Not enough, I need more. The water in the tub stirred, though nothing touched it, small ripples expanding outward. What are you? You, not you, between. The water rippled more violently, sloshing against the sides of the tub. The metallic smell grew overwhelming. How long have you been here? Always, never, both. The mirror fogged completely, then cleared in a single sweep, as if wiped by an invisible hand. My reflection stared back at me, but something was wrong. It blinked when I didn't. It smiled when my face remained frozen in fear. I reached out, my fingertips hovering inches from the glass. My reflection did the same, but its movements seemed fluid, eager, while mine were hesitant. What happens if I touch the mirror? I asked. My reflection's smile widened, its lips moved, forming words I couldn't hear. I leaned closer, straining to understand. Behind me, water splashed. I spun around to find the bathtub empty. Water pooled on the floor as if something had risen and stepped out. Wet footprints led from the tub to where I stood, stopping directly behind me. I turned back to the mirror. My reflection was gone. In its place stood a figure, similar to me in height and build, but with features that shifted and blurred like water disturbed by a stone. It raised its hand in greeting, mimicking my earlier movements. The notebook on the toilet flipped open, pages turning by themselves. The pen rolled across the cover and began to write. You asked what I want. I want to be real. I want what you have. I've been practicing, watching, learning. I'm ready now. My reflection pressed its palms against the other side of the mirror. The glass between us felt thin, fragile, like ice about to crack. The room grew colder, my breath visible in small clouds. You can't be real, I said. You're not possible. The pen scratched across paper. Neither are you. I backed away from the mirror, but my reflection remained in place, hands still pressed against the glass. As the distance between us grew, I felt a tugging sensation, as if invisible threads connected us. The pen wrote frantically, "Don't fight it. It's already happening. Every time you saw me, every message, every reflection, you let me in piece by piece." My skin began to tingle, a sensation like static electricity spreading across my body. The mirror's surface rippled like disturbed water. My reflection's features solidified, becoming more defined, more real, while my own hands looked translucent when I held them up to the light. The notebook filled with desperate scrawling. You're the reflection now. I'm becoming real. You're becoming memory. I lunged for the door, but my hand passed through the knob on the first attempt, solidifying enough to grasp it only on the second try. I stumbled into the hallway, hearing water splash behind me as if something was climbing from the tub. My apartment looked different colors, muted, edges blurred. When I passed the hallway mirror, I caught a glimpse of myself transparent, fading. Behind me, a solid figure followed, wearing my face with a perfect smile. I ran, but with each step I felt lighter, less substantial. At the front door, my fingers passed through the lock completely. From the bathroom, the sound of water running. Steam began to fill the hallway, carrying the metallic scent. Footsteps approached, solid, real, unhurried. My vision began to dim around the edges, the world becoming dark except for reflective surfaces, which glowed with an inner light. I could see myself in each one growing fainter, more distorted. The figure wearing my face rounded the corner. It looked more like me than I did now. It stretched its arms, touched the walls, savoring the solidity of everything. When it spoke, it used my voice, but with a cadence not quite right. "Thank you for letting me in," it said. "Your turn on the other side now." I tried to scream, but no sound emerged. I felt myself being pulled away, drawn toward every reflective surface around me. My consciousness stretched, fragmented, a piece going to each mirror, each window, each shining surface. The last thing I saw was my face, now belonging to something else, smiling as it reached for a towel, steam curling around its solid form. Now I wait behind glass, watching. I write messages in the fog of hot showers. I shift reflections just enough to be noticed. I reach out to those who look too long, who lean too close, who press their fingers against the cold surface separating us. And I wait for someone to let me in again. Story 3. I had driven this road my whole life. A straight shot through town, past the gas station, the library, and the old diner. But tonight something was different. The diner was gone. The houses were unfamiliar. The air smelled like wet pavement and something bitter like burned leaves. My hands tightened on the wheel as I checked my GPS. No signal, no street names. And up ahead, the road stretched into a town I had never seen before. My first instinct was to turn around, but when I glanced in my rearview mirror, the road behind me had vanished into a dense fog that hadn't been there moments ago. I pulled over, the gravel crunching beneath my tires. The streetlights above cast an amber glow that seemed to pulse slightly, as if breathing. I reached for my phone to call anyone, but the screen flashed once before going dark. The quiet was what struck me first, not silence, but a muffled quality to the air, like being underwater. In the distance, I could hear what sounded like wind chimes, though there was no breeze. I stepped out of my car, and the ground felt strange beneath my feet, not quite solid, with a subtle give that made me feel unsteady. "Hello," I called out. My voice sounded wrong, too flat, as if the air was absorbing the sound before it could properly resonate. No response came except for the distant chimes, which seemed to shift in pitch when I focused on them. I took out my notebook, a habit from my journalism days, and began to document what I was experiencing. Perhaps writing it down would help me make sense of it, find some logical explanation. Road disappeared, familiar landmarks gone, strange smell in the air metallic now like pennies, sound dampened, lights pulse subtly, phone dead. As I wrote, I noticed something odd about the ink from my pen. The words seemed to sink into the page, becoming fainter even as I watched. By the time I finished the last word, the first sentence had already faded to near invisibility. I abandoned the notebook and decided to walk toward the unfamiliar town. Perhaps someone there could explain what was happening. The buildings ahead had a strange architecture, not modern, not antique, but something indefinable. Windows positioned at odd angles, doors that seemed too narrow or too wide. Nothing overtly wrong, just slightly off, like a face where the features have been shifted by small degrees. As I approached the nearest structure, what appeared to be a small shop with a dimly lit window display, I noticed my reflection in the glass. I stopped cold. The face looking back at me was mine, but somehow not mine. The eyes were positioned just a bit too far apart. The mouth curved in a way mine never had. When I raised my hand to touch my face, the reflection moved a fraction of a second later. I backed away, heart pounding, and bumped into something solid. Spinning around, I found myself face to face with a person or something person-shaped. Their features were blurred, as if someone had taken an eraser to them, leaving just the suggestion of eyes, nose, and mouth. "You're new," they said, their voice coming from everywhere and nowhere at once. "New arrivals are rare." "Where am I?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. What happened to the road I was on? The figure tilted their head at an angle that made my stomach lurch. "You're still on it. The road didn't change. You did." I felt a crawling sensation on the back of my neck. "What do you mean? I need to get back home." "Home," they repeated as if tasting the word. "That implies there's somewhere else to be. There isn't, not anymore." I backed away, feeling the press of panic in my chest. "You're not making sense. I was just driving through my town, and now I'm here." "Yes," they agreed, their voice pleased. "And here is where the road led. It always leads here for those who notice the wrong things." "What wrong things?" I demanded, my fear giving way to frustration. The figure gestured vaguely at the air around us. The things that aren't supposed to be there, the gaps in reality. Most people drive right past them, but some people like you, they notice. And once you notice, the road changes. I remembered then with sudden clarity what had happened earlier that day. I'd been at the library researching local history for an article. In a dusty archive section, I'd found a strange book with no title. Inside were photographs of my town throughout the years, but with subtle differences. A building that had never existed, a park where the high school should be, and faces in windows and doorways that seemed to be looking directly at the camera with expressions that made my skin crawl. I'd shown the book to the librarian, asking where it had come from. She'd looked confused, insisted there was no such book in their collection. When I went back to the shelf, it was gone. "The book," I whispered. "I found a book today." The figure's blurred features seemed to sharpen momentarily, revealing a smile that stretched too wide. "Yes, you found something that wasn't meant to be found. You saw what wasn't meant to be seen, and now you're here." "I want to go back," I said firmly, though my voice shook. "Back where?" they asked, genuine curiosity in their tone. "The place you remember doesn't exist the way you remember it. It never did. You just never noticed the inconsistencies before." I felt dizzy suddenly, memories shifting and realigning in my mind. Had the diner always been on the corner of Maple and Pine? Had the library always had those strange symbols carved into the stone above the door? Had my own house always had that extra window on the second floor? "You're trying to confuse me," I accused. "No need," they replied. "Reality is doing that just fine on its own." A sound caught my attention, then a low, rhythmic humming that seemed to be coming from the ground beneath my feet. The vibration traveled up through my body, making my teeth ache and my vision blur at the edges. "What is that?" I asked, pressing my hands to my ears. The figure seemed unbothered. "The town's settling. It does that when it accepts someone new." I ran, away from the figure, away from the humming, back toward where I'd left my car. But the streets had rearranged themselves, folding and unfolding like origami. Each turn led me deeper into the strange town, past more buildings with wrong angles and more figures with blurred faces who turned to watch me pass. Eventually, exhausted, I collapsed on a bench in what might have been a park. The grass beneath my feet didn't move in the breeze like grass should. Instead, it swayed in patterns like fingers beckoning. I closed my eyes, trying to calm my racing thoughts. When I opened them again, a small notebook lay beside me on the bench. My notebook, the one whose writing had faded away. Except now there was new text on the open page, in handwriting that was almost, but not quite, my own. "Welcome home, you'll adjust, we all do." The words didn't fade this time. Instead, they seemed to grow more defined, more permanent with each passing moment. I picked up the notebook with trembling hands and found a pen in my pocket. Underneath the message, I wrote, "I don't belong here. I'm going to find my way back." The ink shimmered briefly before settling into the page. Then, beneath my words, new ones formed, as if an invisible hand were writing them. "There is no back, only here and further in. Which would you prefer?" A choice that was more than I'd been offered so far. I considered my options carefully before writing again. "Show me further in." The ground beneath the bench shifted, tilting forward like the deck of a sinking ship. The notebook slid from my grasp as I clutched the edges of the bench to keep from falling. The park around me began to fold inward, buildings bending and merging in impossible ways. The blurred figures gathered at the edges of my vision, watching with interest. And then everything stopped. The world stabilized, but it was different now. More vibrant, more real somehow than it had been before. The blurred figures were gone. In their place stood people, normal-looking people with distinct features and expressions. They smiled at me, nodded in greeting, went about their business. The buildings still had their strange angles, but they no longer seemed threatening. They were just unique, architectural curiosities that gave the town character. The humming from before had transformed into pleasant background music that seemed to emanate from the very air. A woman sat down beside me on the bench, her face kind but unfamiliar. "First day's the hardest," she said sympathetically, "but you made the right choice." "What choice?" I asked, still disoriented. "To come further in instead of fighting it. Fighting only keeps you in the in-between places. Those are the worst, neither here nor there." She patted my hand. "You'll find your place here. We all do eventually." "But my life, my home." She interrupted gently. "Will start to fade from memory soon. That's a mercy, trust me. Remembering just makes it harder." "I don't want to forget," I insisted. Her smile turned sad. "No one does at first, but holding on to those memories is like trying to hold smoke. The harder you grasp, the faster they slip away." She left me there on the bench, alone with the notebook that had somehow stayed behind. I opened it again, finding all the previous messages gone. The pages were blank, waiting. I wrote down everything I could remember about my old life: names, faces, events, the layout of my childhood home, the smell of my mother's cooking, the sound of my father's laugh. By the time I reached the last page, I realized with horror that I couldn't remember what my own bedroom looked like. Had the walls been blue or green? Had the window faced east or west? When I looked up from the notebook, the town had shifted again, but subtly this time. New details had appeared: a bakery that smelled exactly like my mother's kitchen, a bookstore with my father's favorite armchair visible through the window. I understood then what was happening. The town wasn't erasing my memories, it was absorbing them, using them to reshape itself into something familiar, something comfortable. It was trying to make me feel at home. And the most terrifying part, it was working. I felt a sense of belonging washing over me, a rightness that was seductive in its completeness. I closed the notebook and stood up. Two paths stretched before me, one leading back toward the center of town, where everything was becoming increasingly familiar and comfortable, and another leading toward the outskirts, where things still shifted and blurred at the edges, unstable and uncertain. I took a deep breath and chose a direction, knowing that whichever path I took, I would never again be the person who had driven down that familiar road. That person was gone, replaced by someone who had seen behind the veil of reality and couldn't unsee it. The town watched me choose and either approved or didn't. It's hard to tell with towns like this one. All I know for certain is that the road that led me here is gone now, replaced by new roads leading somewhere else entirely. And sometimes, late at night, I think I can hear the sound of cars passing by, drivers oblivious to the wrong turns they might take, the wrong things they might notice. I wonder if any of them will end up here or somewhere worse. I wonder if I should try to warn them somehow. But then I remember there's no going back, only here and further in. And further in is where I now reside. Story 4. I was half asleep when I noticed it, a single dark handprint pressed against the ceiling above my bed. My breath caught. The air smelled of old paint and something faintly musty, like damp fabric left too long in the dark. Slowly I sat up, my pulse pounding. There was no ladder, no furniture tall enough to reach that high, and as I stared I realized something else. The fingers weren't reaching out, they were pressing down. My first instinct was to dismiss it as a stain, perhaps water or damage from the apartment upstairs. Yet the perfect definition of each finger, the unmistakable whorls where prints would be, it was too precise. I switched on my bedside lamp, half expecting the illusion to vanish under proper light. Instead, it only became more defined, more undeniably a hand. Sleep abandoned me that night. I lay awake, watching that silent imprint, wondering whose hand it belonged to and why it pressed against my ceiling with such deliberate pressure. By morning, my rational mind had constructed explanations. Perhaps previous tenants had played with handprints in paint, or maybe it was an unusual mold pattern that merely resembled a hand. When the sun filtered through my curtains, I took photographs, documenting the strange marking from multiple angles. It seemed smaller in daylight, less menacing. I even dragged a chair over and stretched up with a damp cloth, attempting to wipe it away. The cloth came back clean. The handprint remained untouched. My neighbor, an elderly woman with thick glasses and perpetually trembling hands, stopped me in the hallway that morning. "You look tired, dear," she said, her eyes magnified behind her lenses. "Trouble sleeping." I hesitated before mentioning the handprint. Something in her expression changed when I described it, a slight widening of her already enlarged eyes, a subtle tightening around her mouth. "The previous tenant never mentioned such a thing," she murmured, her fingers clutching her cardigan. "Though he left rather suddenly. No goodbyes, nothing." That evening I returned home with a newfound unease. The handprint seemed darker against the white ceiling, its edges more defined. I sat on my bed, staring up at it, when I noticed something that made my skin crawl, a small, almost imperceptible gap between the ring finger and pinky that hadn't been there before. The fingers were spreading. I called my landlord. The conversation was brief and unsatisfying. "Previous damage," he claimed dismissively, "noted in your move-in inspection." It wasn't. I would have remembered something so distinctive. That night I woke to a strange pressure on my chest, as if someone were sitting there watching me sleep. My room felt colder than usual. The handprint above seemed to pulse with a life of its own, the fingers now splayed wider than before. The smell of musty fabric had intensified, accompanied by something metallic and sharp. I began documenting everything, a journal dedicated to the handprint and its changes. I took daily photographs, comparing them meticulously. The evidence was undeniable. The fingers were slowly extending, reaching outward. The palm remained fixed, but each digit stretched incrementally longer every night. My sleep became fragmented, punctuated by moments of stark wakefulness where I'd stare up at my unwanted ceiling companion. Sometimes, in the liminal space between sleep and consciousness, I could swear I heard faint scratching sounds, like fingernails dragging across plaster. The neighbor with the thick glasses avoided me now. When we passed in the hallway, her eyes would dart to the floor, her pace quickening. Once I caught her making a small, warding gesture as I walked past. It might have been comical if not for the genuine fear in her movements. I began researching the building's history. Public records showed nothing unusual, a standard apartment complex built decades ago, changing ownership several times. But in online forums dedicated to local history, I found mentions of an incident. The details were vague, buried under years of digital dust, but they spoke of a disappearance. Someone had vanished from their apartment without a trace. The forum threads ended abruptly, questions unanswered. The handprint continued its slow metamorphosis. What started as fingers merely pressing down now looked like they were pushing through, as if the ceiling were a membrane being tested for weakness. The fingertips had begun to elongate, becoming unnaturally thin and tapered. I bought a camera and set it to record while I slept. The footage showed nothing but me tossing restlessly in bed, the handprint motionless above. Yet each morning, the changes were undeniable. It was as if the hand only moved between frames in the microseconds the camera couldn't capture. One night, after a week of deteriorating sleep, I awoke to a soft pattering sound. My chest tightened with dread as I opened my eyes. A fine dust was falling from the ceiling around the handprint plaster or paint, I couldn't tell. The fingers had pushed through enough to create cracks in the ceiling material. The longest finger, the middle one, now protruded a full inch downward. I slept on my couch after that, but it made no difference. I could feel the presence from the bedroom, a patient malevolence that had all the time in the world. My dreams filled with images of long, spindly fingers reaching down to stroke my face while I slept. My research became more desperate. I found an old newspaper clipping mentioning a construction worker who had fallen during the building's renovation years ago. The article was frustratingly brief, noting only that the body had never been recovered. It seemed impossible. How could a body disappear from a construction site? But something about it resonated with the growing horror in my bedroom. The neighbor with the thick glasses finally spoke to me again. She appeared at my door, her face pale and drawn. "You need to leave," she whispered, glancing nervously at my bedroom door, "before it finishes coming through." "What is it?" I demanded, grabbing her trembling arm. "What do you know?" "The walls here," she said, her voice barely audible. "They're not always solid, not for those who have been taken in." She pulled away before I could question her further, hurrying back to her apartment. That night her lights remained on until dawn, shadows moving behind her curtains. I returned to my bedroom, determined to confront whatever was happening. The handprint had transformed completely. The fingers now extended a full 6 inches from the ceiling, long and jointed in all the wrong places. The skin, and it was undeniably skin now, not paint or mold, had a waxy, grayish pallor. As I watched, horrified yet unable to look away, the middle finger twitched. I should have run. Anyone sane would have gathered their belongings and fled. Instead, I found myself reaching up, my own hand trembling as it approached those elongated digits. Some terrible curiosity drove me forward, a need to understand what was happening in my bedroom. The moment my fingertips brushed against that cold, waxy flesh, a jolt ran through my entire body. Images flooded my mind, darkness, confined spaces, the sensation of being trapped between walls, watching the living through cracks and seams. Years of silent observation, growing hunger and jealousy for those who could move freely through the world. I yanked my hand back, but it was too late. The connection had been made. The fingers from the ceiling curled slightly, as if savoring the contact. That night, more of the hand pushed through the entire palm, now visible, the wrist beginning to emerge. The cracks in my ceiling spread outward in a spiderweb pattern. Sleep became impossible. I stayed awake, watching the slow, inexorable emergence. By morning, the hand had pushed through to the forearm, the limb dangling from my ceiling like some grotesque stalactite. The skin was mottled with dark patches, the fingernails blackened and overgrown. I packed a bag, finally ready to flee, but as I turned to leave, my bedroom door slammed shut. The handle refused to turn under my desperate grip. Behind me, plaster dust rained down as the arm continued its emergence. The shoulder was coming through now, pushing aside ceiling material with surprising strength. My phone had no signal. The windows wouldn't open. I was trapped with the thing emerging from my ceiling. In desperation, I turned to face it. "What do you want?" I shouted, my voice cracking with fear. The arm paused its descent. Slowly, deliberately, the hand rotated until the palm faced me. Then, with a beckoning motion, it curled its fingers inward, inviting me closer. I backed away until I hit the wall. The thing continued its emergence, shoulder fully through now, the suggestion of a head beginning to push past the broken ceiling. More plaster fell, revealing glimpses of pale flesh and what might have been hair. My neighbor's words echoed in my mind. The walls here aren't always solid. With sudden clarity, I understood what she meant. The walls, the ceilings, the floors, they were membranes between spaces, not barriers, and whatever lived in those in-between spaces wanted out. Or perhaps it wanted company. The head pushed through further, revealing a face or something approximating a face. Features blurred and shifted as if still deciding what to be. Only the eyes remained constant, dark and hungry, fixed on me with terrible recognition. I pressed myself against the wall, feeling it give slightly behind me. The surface softened, becoming yielding like dense foam. My fingers sank into it with surprising ease. The creature from the ceiling continued its steady descent, both arms free now, reaching toward me with those long, impossible fingers. Its mouth opened, revealing rows of teeth too numerous and sharp to be human. I made my choice then. As the creature dropped fully into my room, I pushed backward with all my strength into the softened wall. The material parted around me, cool and dense, pulling me inward with unexpected hunger. The last thing I saw was the creature lunging forward, its distorted face twisted in what might have been rage or envy. Now I exist in the spaces between. I've learned to move through walls, to observe the living from behind mirrors and beneath floorboards. I've discovered others like me, wandering these liminal spaces, some recent arrivals, others ancient and barely recognizable as human. Sometimes, when the separation between worlds grows thin, I can press my hand against the barrier, feel the warmth of the living space beyond. If I push hard enough, my handprint appears on their side, a dark imprint against a white ceiling, fingers pressing down. And if they reach up to touch it, as I once did, the cycle begins anew. Story 5. I bought it at an antique store, an old, heavy mirror with an intricate gold frame. I hung it in my hallway, thinking nothing of it. But last night, as I walked past, something made me stop. The reflection wasn't my hallway, it was another room, dimly lit, unfamiliar, with peeling wallpaper and a bed covered in sheets. The air smelled of dust and something floral like old perfume. My stomach twisted as I leaned closer, and then in the reflection, the door creaked open. I stepped back, blinking hard. The mirror should have shown my cream-colored walls, the small table with my keys, the umbrella stand. Instead, I saw faded floral wallpaper, a brass bed frame, and a nightstand with a hurricane lamp casting an amber glow. My breath caught in my throat. I raised my hand, and in the reflection, my hand moved, but the backdrop remained that strange, unknown room. I touched the mirror's surface, cold glass, nothing unusual, yet the room behind my reflection remained different from my reality. I knocked on it, producing the expected hollow sound of glass mounted over wood. Normal. Everything was normal except what I saw. When the door in the reflection opened wider, I nearly ran, but curiosity rooted me. A figure entered the reflected room, not me, not anyone I knew. A woman in a white nightgown, her hair pinned up, moved to sit on the edge of the bed. She stared forward, seemingly through me, her expression blank yet somehow troubled. I waved, she didn't react. I knocked on the glass again. Nothing. She simply sat, occasionally glancing toward the door as if expecting someone. I took a photo with my phone. The screen showed only my hallway reflected back, not the strange room. I looked from the phone to the mirror and back again. The disconnect made my head swim. That night I slept on the couch, unable to walk past the mirror to reach my bedroom. I told myself I was being ridiculous, that mirrors don't suddenly change what they reflect, that I'd been working too hard, sleeping too little. Yet each time I approached the hallway, a cold feeling washed over me and I retreated. Morning brought clarity and courage. I approached the mirror, steeling myself. My hallway reflected back at me. Normal, expected. I laughed nervously, touching the glass, inspecting the frame. Just an old mirror playing tricks with the light. I went to work dismissing the incident entirely. Stress, exhaustion, an overactive imagination fueled by the antique's history. What else could it be? Returning home that evening, I almost forgot about the mirror until I passed it. Again, the strange room appeared, but changed now. The bed was unmade. A chair had been overturned. The woman sat at a small desk, writing frantically on papers, occasionally looking over her shoulder. Her movements were jerky, panicked. This time I documented everything. I set up a video camera facing the mirror, only to find that the footage showed my normal hallway reflected back. I took notes, describing every detail of the room and the woman. I sketched what I saw, though my artistic skills failed to capture the growing wrongness of it all. The next morning, my hallway reflected back normally once more. I began to track a pattern. During daylight, the mirror behaved. At night, it showed the other room. I invited a friend over. "Look at this mirror," I said casually. "What do you see?" "Your hallway," she replied with a shrug. "Why, what should I see?" Even as she spoke, I saw the other room, the woman now pacing back and forth, her hands wringing. My friend saw nothing unusual. The disconnect made me nauseous. I considered removing the mirror, but found myself reluctant. I needed to understand. Who was this woman? What was I seeing? Was it happening now, or was I somehow witnessing the past? I began speaking to the mirror, to the woman. "Can you hear me? Who are you? What's wrong?" No response came, yet I sensed she grew more agitated each night. The room became increasingly disheveled. Objects moved between viewings, a brush on the nightstand, a coat thrown across the bed, curtains drawn then opened. One night I noticed a small journal on her desk. As she wrote, I pressed my face close to the glass, straining to read the upside-down text. I could make out only fragments. "He knows I found them, not safe here anymore. The locked room in the basement." The next night, blood stained her nightgown, a small cut on her cheek, a larger one on her palm. She no longer looked through me, but at me, though I couldn't tell if she actually saw me or was looking at her own reflection in what might be a mirror on her side. I pressed my palm to the glass. After a moment's hesitation, she approached and placed her hand against mine. The glass between us felt suddenly thin, vibrating slightly. A metallic taste filled my mouth. The air smelled of copper and roses. She mouthed words I couldn't understand. I found myself trying to read her lips, leaning closer until my breath fogged the glass. When the fog cleared, she had written something backward, meant for me to read. "Help me." I jerked back, heart pounding. This crossed the line from strange phenomenon to active communication. I had to respond. I grabbed a marker and wrote backward on my side. "How?" She shook her head frantically, looking over her shoulder. A shadow moved across the wall behind her. Her eyes widened. She began writing again, but before she could finish, the door in her room burst open. The mirror went black, not reflecting darkness, but becoming darkness itself, a void in my hallway wall. I touched it and felt warmth instead of cool glass. My fingers sank in slightly, as if the surface had become viscous. I pulled back, watching as the blackness gradually resolved back into reflection, my normal hallway, my wide-eyed face, nothing more. For 2 nights, the mirror remained normal. I began to wonder if I had imagined everything. Then on the 3rd night, I passed by and stopped cold. The reflection showed my hallway, but not empty. The woman stood there in my hallway, wearing her blood-stained nightgown. I spun around. My hallway was empty. Turning back to the mirror, I saw her still there, superimposed over where I should be. She reached out toward me, her mouth moving silently. My chest tightened, the air in my lungs felt solid. I couldn't move as she walked toward my side of the mirror, her movements jerky, unnatural. She placed her hands against the glass from her side. The mirror's surface rippled. I found my feet then, stumbling backward, away from the hallway, away from the mirror. I slept in my car that night, keys in the ignition, ready to drive away at a moment's notice. In the morning light, I entered my house determined to end this. I would remove the mirror, break it if necessary, but when I reached the hallway, I stopped short. The mirror hung exactly as before, but now displayed a perfect reflection of my hallway. What caught my breath was the wall opposite. Where there had been blank cream paint, now stretched a rectangle of faded floral wallpaper. Beside it, a small desk with a hurricane lamp. My hands trembled as I approached the wallpaper, touching its surface real, solid, and unmistakably old. The edges peeled away from my wall, revealing decades of other wallpaper beneath. I pulled at it, tearing away a large section. Behind the floral paper was writing, hundreds of desperate words etched directly into the plaster. I'm trapped, he's coming, the mirror is the way out, find me before he does. I staggered back, bumping into the opposite wall where the mirror hung. It shifted, revealing something tucked into the space between the frame and the wall. A small journal, its pages yellow with age. Opening it, I found entries dating back decades, describing a woman fleeing from someone, hiding valuables, planning an escape. The final entry was incomplete. The mirror works. I can see through to another place, another when. If I can make them see me, make them understand, perhaps I can. The writing stopped there. I looked up at my reflection in the mirror. For a moment, I thought I saw something off about my eyes, a different light behind them, a different person looking out. I raised my hand to touch my face. In the reflection, my hand moved differently, with a slight hesitation, as if fighting against me. I blinked and everything aligned again. Just me, my hallway, my reflection. But as I turned away, I noticed something that hadn't been there before, a small cut on my palm, fresh and stinging. And in my head, a whisper not my own, thank you for letting me out. Every mirror in my house now shows only what it should. The floral wallpaper has been removed, the journal locked away. I tell myself it's over. But sometimes, catching a glimpse of my reflection, I notice my movements slightly out of sync, my expressions not quite mine. And at night I wake to find myself standing in the hallway, staring at the mirror, hands pressed against the glass, as if trying to reach someone on the other side. I wonder who is really looking back. Story 6. I had locked the doors, checked them twice before bed, but as I walked into the kitchen this morning, my heart stopped. A man sat at my table, staring at the empty plate in front of him. His clothes were old, tattered, his hands folded neatly in his lap. The scent of damp wood and something sharp filled the air. My breath caught as I took a step back. He didn't move. He didn't blink. And then, without looking up, he whispered, "You forgot to set a place for me." I couldn't speak, my throat constricted as if invisible hands were wrapped around it. The stranger remained still, his gaze fixed on that empty ceramic plate as if it contained the secrets of the universe. His fingernails were clean but yellowed with age, tapping silently against the wooden tabletop. "Who are you?" I finally managed to ask, my voice barely audible even to my own ears. He smiled without showing his teeth, a thin, practiced curve of the lips that never reached his eyes. "I've always been here," he said. The words seemed to hang in the air between us, vibrating with a strange weight. My mind raced through possibilities. A break-in, impossible with every window latched, every door bolted. A hallucination from stress, perhaps, yet the subtle creak of the chair beneath him as he shifted his weight felt undeniably real. "You need to leave," I said, trying to inject authority into my trembling voice. My hand inched toward my pocket, seeking my phone. "Put it away," he said softly, still without looking up. "Nobody will believe you anyway." My fingers froze. How did he know what I was reaching for? The stranger finally raised his head, and I wished he hadn't. His face was normal in every feature, yet something was profoundly wrong in its composition. Like a portrait where the artist had made 1,000 tiny mistakes, each imperceptible alone but collectively disturbing. "I need you to remember," he said. "Remember what?" "The promise." A wave of nausea washed over me. The kitchen walls seemed to pulse inward, then outward, like the gentle breathing of some enormous beast. The man reached forward and touched the empty plate, tracing its circumference with one finger. "You invited me in," he whispered. "No," I said, shaking my head. "I never." But even as I denied it, fragments of memory sparked in my mind. A dream from weeks ago. Standing at my front door in the dead of night, a figure in the shadows asking for shelter. My own voice saying, "Yes, come in, but only for one night." "One night," I whispered. The stranger nodded, a slow, deliberate movement. One night stretches longer when you forget to complete the invitation. I backed away until I hit the counter. The contact with the hard surface grounded me. This was my house, my kitchen, my reality. "What do you want?" I asked. "To finish what we started." I noticed now that the air around him seemed different, slightly distorted like heat rising from pavement. And as I stared, I realized I could see the faintest outline of my refrigerator through his torso. My journal, the thought struck me with sudden clarity. I'd been recording my dreams, convinced there was meaning in their patterns. Perhaps evidence of this encounter was there. "Don't move," I said, as if he were a wild animal that might pounce. The stranger merely tilted his head, that same unnerving smile playing on his lips. I inched sideways toward the doorway, never taking my eyes off him. When I reached the hall, I ran to my bedroom, slamming and locking the door behind me. My journal lay on the nightstand, its leather cover cool against my fingers. I flipped through pages frantically, scanning entries from the past months. They're 4 weeks back, written in my own handwriting but with a shaky quality I didn't recognize. The man at the door asked for shelter from the storm. I let him in but forgot to offer food. He sits at my table now, waiting. I must remember to feed him before sunrise or he'll never leave. The words sent ice through my veins. I remembered writing this, yet I also didn't. It was like recalling something from childhood, hazy, distorted, yet undeniably mine. When I looked up from the journal, he was standing in the corner of my bedroom. I didn't scream, somehow I'd expected this. The door remained locked, yet here he was, his form slightly more transparent than before. "How did you get in here?" "I followed the memory," he said simply, "as I've been doing since you invited me." My bedroom felt colder now, the air dense and heavy with his presence. The mirror on my dresser caught my attention. It showed my reflection, terrified and pale, but no sign of him. "What are you?" I whispered. "I am a guest," he replied, "and guests require certain courtesies." I clutched the journal to my chest. "The entry says I need to feed you." He nodded, his movements becoming jerky, less human. "The invitation must be completed. A place at the table is not enough without sustenance. And if I do this, you'll leave." His smile widened, revealing teeth too numerous and sharp to be human. "The terms of hospitality will be fulfilled." I found myself nodding, desperate for any solution. "Stay here, I'll prepare something." Back in the kitchen, I moved on autopilot, pulling ingredients from cabinets. What does one feed a being that might not be corporeal? My hands shook as I worked, spreading jam on bread, pouring milk into a glass. When I turned around, he was seated at the table again, watching me with eyes that seemed darker than before. I placed the food before him, sliding it onto the empty plate. "Eat," I said, "then honor your word and go." He stared at the offering, then back at me. "This is not what I require." My frustration boiled over. "Then what? What do you want from me?" "Memory," he whispered, "recognition. The food must come with remembrance." I sank into the chair opposite him, exhaustion overwhelming my fear. "I don't understand." "You do," he insisted. His hand reached across the table, not toward the food, but toward my face. I flinched but didn't retreat. His fingers hovered near my temple, not quite touching. "It's here, the truth of who I am, who we are to each other." The air between us thickened, my vision blurred at the edges. The stranger became even more transparent, fading in and out like a bad television signal. "Remember," he urged. His voice seemed to come from inside my head now. And suddenly I did. Not a stranger at all. The familiar curve of that jaw, the exact shape of those eyes now overlaid with my own features. Memories cascaded through my mind, standing alone in this same kitchen night after night, talking to myself, setting a place at the table for companionship that never came, creating an imaginary guest to fill the silence of my empty home, writing about him in my journal as if he were real. Until he became real. The realization left me breathless. "You're me," I whispered. The figure nodded, more transparent now than solid. A part you tried to feed with isolation, a hunger that grew until it took form. "What happens now?" My voice sounded distant to my own ears. "Now you complete the invitation. You acknowledge the hunger." I looked down at the plate, the simple food I'd prepared, not what was needed at all. What I required was recognition, acceptance of the loneliness I'd been denying. "I see you," I said quietly. "I recognize what you are, what I created." The stranger smiled, and for the first time the expression reached his eyes, my eyes. He reached for the empty plate, bypassing the food I'd prepared, and lifted it to his lips. Though nothing visible passed between the ceramic and his mouth, I felt something drain from me, flowing outward. Energy, emotion, denial. He set the plate down with a soft clink. "The debt is paid," he whispered. Before my eyes he began to dissolve, his edges blurring until they merged with the kitchen air. But as his form faded, I felt his presence spreading throughout my body, reabsorbed into the spaces I'd carved him from. When he was gone, I sat alone at the table, one empty plate before me. The house was quiet again, but the silence felt different now, acknowledged rather than denied. I rise each morning expecting to find him sitting at my kitchen table. He never is, yet I set a place for him anyway. A plate, silverware, a glass of water. Sometimes I speak to the empty chair, telling stories about my day. I know better now than to pretend I'm not alone. But sometimes when I pass mirrors in the darkened hallway, I catch a glimpse of someone who looks like me but isn't quite right. Someone who smiles without my permission. Someone who watches me from behind my own eyes. And sometimes when I'm drifting off to sleep, I hear a whisper next to my ear, "Thank you for the meal." I never turn to look. Some invitations, once extended, can never be rescinded. Story 7, the land had been empty for as long as I could remember, just an open field stretching behind my house. But today something was different. The ground was uneven, sunken in places. The air smelled damp, heavy with the scent of fresh soil. My pulse quickened as I stepped forward, and then I saw them. Small wooden crosses sticking up from the earth, dozens of them, and freshly carved into the closest one was my name. I blinked hard, convinced my eyes were playing tricks on me. The morning fog clung to the field like a shroud, wrapping around my ankles as I moved closer to inspect the crude marker. My fingers traced the rough-hewn letters that spelled out my name, splinters catching beneath my fingernails. The wood felt warm despite the chill in the air. "This isn't possible," I whispered, my voice swallowed by the silence of the field. I pulled my phone from my pocket, snapping photos of the crosses. The screen distorted slightly each time I captured an image, pixelating around the edges of the wooden markers. When I reviewed the pictures, the cross bearing my name appeared blurred, while the others remained in perfect focus. I needed to document this. Someone had trespassed on my property, disturbed the ground, and placed these markers. A sick prank, perhaps. I returned to my house and retrieved a notebook, determined to record every detail. Back in the field, I moved methodically from cross to cross, noting any markings or distinctions. Most were blank, weathered as if they had been there for years, not hours. But that couldn't be right. I walked this field every day, and yesterday it had been empty, undisturbed. A soft sound reached my ears, a subtle scraping from beneath the soil. I froze, listening intently. There it was again, like fingernails against wood, coming from directly beneath the cross with my name. Dropping to my knees, I pressed my ear against the ground. The earth felt different here, looser, almost hollow. The sound stopped the moment my skin made contact with the soil. In my notebook I wrote, Day 1. Field contains approximately 47 crosses. Ground disturbed. Anomalous sounds detected. Cross with my name emits warmth and produces audio disturbances. I returned every day for a week, documenting changes. The crosses never moved, but the ground continued to shift, almost imperceptibly. Small depressions formed around each marker, as if the earth were gradually sinking. By the fifth day, I noticed something new. Thin wisps of what looked like smoke rose from several of the graves at dawn, not from fires, but from the soil itself, like breath condensing in cold air. I collected soil samples in glass jars, labeling each one carefully. Under my desk lamp that night, I examined the samples. The dirt from beneath my named cross contained tiny fragments of what appeared to be bone. I told myself they were from a small animal, perhaps a field mouse that had died and decomposed naturally. But deep down, I knew this wasn't true. On the eighth day, I brought a small garden shovel to the field. The decision to dig hadn't come easily, but the need for answers outweighed my growing fear. I selected a cross without a name, reasoning it might hold fewer consequences. The soil yielded easily to my tool, too easily. Just 6 inches down, I struck something solid. Brushing away the dirt revealed a wooden box, roughly the size of a jewelry case. My hands trembled as I lifted it from the ground. Inside, nestled on faded velvet, lay a silver pocket watch. The watch was stopped, its hands frozen in place. What disturbed me most wasn't the watch itself, but what was engraved on its back, my initials. I dropped the watch back into the hole and backed away, my breath coming in sharp gasps. This couldn't be coincidence. Someone was targeting me specifically, but why? And how had they known about the pocket watch my grandfather had promised me but had been buried with? That night I barely slept. My dreams were filled with images of the field, the crosses multiplying until they surrounded my house, pressing against the windows, their wood splintering against the glass. I awoke to the sound of knocking, not at my door but in the walls, a rhythmic tapping that seemed to move through the house, always staying just out of sight. Following the sound led me from room to room until I found myself staring out the window at the field. In the pale morning light, I could see fresh mounds of dirt had appeared overnight. New crosses stood among the old, and at the center of the field was something that hadn't been there before, a chair facing my house. I documented everything with shaking hands. Day 9. New crosses appeared, chair placed in field, knocking sounds inside walls, property boundaries possibly compromised. The rational part of my brain suggested calling the authorities, but what would I tell them? That someone was staging an elaborate haunting, that my field contained graves that appeared overnight, that I found a buried watch identical to one that should be 6 feet underground with my grandfather. Instead, I set up cameras, 4 of them positioned at the corners of my property, all trained on the field. If someone was entering my land, I would catch them. The footage from the first night showed nothing unusual until exactly midnight, when all 4 cameras simultaneously lost signal for precisely 7 minutes. When the feed returned, 3 new crosses had appeared in the field. The chair had moved several feet closer to my house. I told myself to leave, to pack a bag and drive away, but something held me there, a need to understand, to solve the mystery that was unfolding around me. I convinced myself I wasn't in danger, merely being toyed with by someone who knew far too much about me. On the 12th day, I decided to sit in the chair. The wood creaked beneath my weight, surprisingly comfortable, as if made to my exact proportions. From this vantage point, I could see my house differently, vulnerabilities I'd never noticed before. The window to my bedroom always left slightly ajar, the back door with its aging lock, the basement window partially hidden by overgrown shrubs. A slight vibration began beneath my feet, traveling up through the chair and into my body. The crosses seemed to waver like reflections in disturbed water, and then I heard it, a voice so faint I might have imagined it, rising from the ground beneath me. "You're sitting on me," it whispered. I leapt from the chair, heart pounding against my ribs. The voice had been familiar, my own voice, but wrong somehow, as if spoken through water or soil. The chair began to sink, slowly at first, then faster, the earth swallowing it while I watched in horrified fascination. Within minutes, only the top of its back remained visible, like another cross marking another grave. That night I barricaded myself inside my house, pushing furniture against the doors and windows. I filled my bathtub with water, gathered non-perishable food in my bedroom, and sat with my back against the wall, watching the field through my window. As darkness fell, the crosses began to glow with a faint blue luminescence, barely perceptible at first, growing stronger as the night deepened. The light pulsed in unison, like a heartbeat or a countdown. I must have fallen asleep because I woke to find my notebook open beside me, filled with writing. I didn't remember pages and pages of my handwriting, but not my words. "We are waiting for you. We have always been waiting. The ground remembers what you've forgotten." The last page contained a crude map of the field, with X marks at specific locations. One of them, larger than the others, corresponded to the position of the cross bearing my name. Morning brought a newfound determination. If I was being haunted, I would confront whatever haunted me. I took a shovel and headed to the field, directly to the cross with my name. I dug furiously, sweat soaking my clothes despite the cool air. 3 feet down, my shovel struck something metallic. Clearing away the soil revealed a small metal box. Inside was a key. I recognized the key to my childhood home, lost years ago when my family moved away after my brother went missing. Memories flooded back, ones I'd suppressed or forgotten. My brother's disappearance, the accusations, the investigation that had focused briefly on me before concluding he had run away. The field behind our old house where we used to play. The game we invented about marking territories with sticks shaped like crosses. I staggered backward, the key clutched in my palm. The ground beneath me shifted and I lost my footing, falling backward into the hole I'd dug. The walls of soil around me seemed to breathe, expanding and contracting. From this position, looking up at the sky framed by earth, I noticed something I'd missed before. The pattern of crosses, when viewed from below, formed letters, a message readable only from beneath the ground. "Remember what you did." The soil began to crumble around me, falling into the hole, covering my legs, my torso. I clawed at the earth, trying to pull myself out, but it was like quicksand, drawing me deeper. And then I remembered my brother, the fight, the accident, his body, which I had hidden in panic. In this very field, under cover of night, in a spot I marked with a cross so I could find him again when I figured out what to do. A cross that had since been removed along with everything else when the field was cleared years later. The ground had remembered what I had forced myself to forget. Now, as the earth closes in around me, I understand the crosses weren't a warning, they were a welcome. The field was reclaiming what belonged to it, what I had given it long ago. The last thing I see before soil fills my vision is a hand reaching up through the dirt beside me. A small hand, a child's hand, my brother's hand taking mine at last. The field of unmarked graves has one less unmarked grave now. Story 8, it started last week. a soft, rhythmic tapping coming from the wall behind my bed. At first I thought it was the pipes, but then last night the knocking changed, slow, deliberate. The air smelled stale, thick with dust and something bitter. My breath caught as I pressed my ear to the drywall. Silence. Then, just as I pulled away, a voice from the other side whispered, "Let me out." I jerked back, nearly falling off my bed. The room suddenly felt colder, the shadows in the corners deeper than they should have been. I convinced myself I had imagined it stress from work, lack of sleep, the horror movie I watched earlier, just my mind playing tricks. Morning came with sunshine streaming through my blinds, normalcy restored with daylight. I ran my hand along the wall where I'd heard the knocking. Nothing unusual, just cool, smooth paint over drywall. No hidden doors, no unusual seams. The building was old, but not ancient, nothing historically significant enough to harbor dark secrets or hidden rooms. I went about my day, but something nagged at me. During breakfast, I noticed a new crack in my coffee mug, a thin line running from rim to base. I couldn't remember dropping it. The coffee tasted wrong, too metallic and sharp. That night, I pressed a glass against the wall and listened. Nothing. I felt ridiculous, yet relieved. As I drifted towards sleep, my phone screen lit up without being touched, displaying a string of random characters before going dark. I unplugged it, removed the battery, and placed it in a drawer. The knocking returned 3 nights later. This time it traced a pattern. 3 quick taps, pause, 2 slow ones, pause, 3 quick again. I recorded it with a voice memo app on my tablet. When I played it back, the knocking was there, but underneath it, voices. Whispered conversations I hadn't heard in real time. I couldn't make out words, just the unmistakable cadence of human speech, muffled but urgent. I began documenting everything. The knocking followed a pattern, now always starting at the edge of sleep, always in sequences of 3-2-3. The temperature near the wall measured several degrees colder than the rest of the room. Plants placed near it wilted within days. My sleep tracker showed unusual brain activity during the knocking episodes, patterns typically associated with being fully awake even when I was certain I had been asleep. My research led me to structural plans for the building. Nothing indicated a space behind my wall. It should have backed directly against my neighbor's apartment. But when I knocked on their door to ask if they'd heard anything strange, no one answered. According to the property manager, that unit had been vacant for months. I tried ignoring it. I bought earplugs, took sleeping pills, even spent a few nights on a friend's couch. But each time I returned, something had changed in my apartment. Small things at first, books rearranged on shelves, furniture shifted by inches, the scent of wet soil lingering in the bathroom. Then more noticeable changes, all my mirrors now reflected with a slight delay. Water from the tap ran black for the first few seconds before clearing, and the knocking had spread to other walls. I became obsessed with finding an explanation. I cut a small hole in the drywall when the knocking was at its loudest. I expected to see the wooden studs and insulation of a standard wall, perhaps some evidence of pests. Instead, my flashlight beam disappeared into darkness, not the shallow space of a wall cavity, but something deeper, vaster. The beam couldn't find the opposite side, and worse, my light reflected off what looked like eyes watching from the darkness. I patched the hole immediately, my hands shaking so badly I could barely hold the spackling knife. That night, the knocking came from directly behind the patch, then scratching, then a voice clearer now. "I know you're there. I can see you through the hole you made." But I had sealed it completely. There was no hole anymore. I set up cameras pointing at every wall. The footage showed nothing unusual until exactly midnight on the 3rd night. The recording became distorted, lines of static obscuring the view. When the picture cleared, all the cameras showed the same thing, me sleeping in my bed. but also me standing in the corner of my room watching myself sleep. The standing figure looked directly at the camera and smiled before the feed cut out entirely. My neighbor across the hall noticed my deterioration. Dark circles under my eyes, jumping at sudden noises, constantly looking over my shoulder. She suggested I contact maintenance about possible mold behind the walls that could cause hallucinations, she said. I nodded and thanked her, not mentioning that her voice sounded wrong, slightly deeper than it should have been, with an echo that lingered after she stopped speaking. Maintenance came while I was at work. They left a note. No issues found with wall, solid construction, no cavities. But attached to the note was a photograph they'd taken of the wall to show their inspection. In the image, clearly visible against the white paint, was a handprint, not pressed from my side, but pushing outward as if something inside the wall had tried to break through. That night I sat facing the wall, a hammer in one hand, my phone ready to call for help in the other. The knocking began earlier than usual, more insistent. I found myself counting along with it, 323, 323. Without thinking, I began to knock back, matching the pattern. The wall fell silent, then a new pattern, 5 rapid knocks. I repeated it back. 7 knocks, faster still. I matched them. The wall vibrated, plaster dust floating down like snow. A crack formed, running from floor to ceiling, widening as I watched. The smell hit me first, old, stagnant air that had never known sunlight. Then came the cold, pouring from the growing fissure like water. I should have run. Instead, I stepped closer. The crack was now wide enough to see through. Beyond it wasn't the expected wooden studs and insulation, or even my neighbor's apartment. It opened into a vast corridor stretching farther than my flashlight could illuminate. The walls of this corridor were covered in writing, thousands of tally marks and desperate messages. Day 342. Help me. Anyone there? And moving toward me through this impossible space, a figure. At first I thought it was walking oddly, its movements jerky and wrong. Then I realized it wasn't walking at all, it was crawling along the wall itself, perpendicular to the floor, fingers and toes gripping the surface like an insect. It moved into the beam of my flashlight and I saw its face. My face, but wrong eyes too wide, skin pallid and translucent, mouth stretched in a grin that revealed too many teeth. I stumbled backward, dropping the flashlight. In the sudden darkness, I heard it emerging from the crack, the sound of something wet and heavy dragging itself across the floor. I fumbled for the light switch. When the room flooded with light, I was alone. The crack in the wall had sealed itself, leaving only a hairline fracture as evidence. I packed a bag with shaking hands and fled to a motel for the night. Sleep wouldn't come. Every noise from the neighboring rooms made me flinch. Around dawn, I finally drifted off, only to be woken by knocking on my door. The motel manager, concerned about a noise complaint. Sorry to disturb you, but your neighbors reported someone knocking repeatedly on their wall from your room. That's impossible, I said. I was asleep. His expression changed, becoming guarded. They also mentioned hearing voices, said it sounded like someone having a conversation with themselves. I returned to my apartment determined to end this. I would break open the wall completely, expose whatever was behind it to daylight. I swung the hammer with all my strength again and again until I'd created a hole large enough to step through. Behind the wall was another wall and another behind that one. I kept breaking through room after identical room, each one a perfect copy of my apartment, down to the furniture arrangement and the pictures on the walls. In the seventh room, I found something different, my journal open on the desk, but the handwriting wasn't mine. The words weren't mine. I've been knocking for so long, why won't anyone let me out? The pages were filled with descriptions of knocking patterns, 323, 575, hundreds of combinations meticulously documented. The final entry read, I found a weakness in the wall today. If I knock just right, I think I can make contact. I think someone is finally listening. A familiar sound pulled my attention away from the journal knocking from behind the wall of this copy room. 3 quick taps, 2 slow, 3 quick. I approached cautiously and placed my palm against the surface. It was warm, throbbing like a pulse. Let me in, I whispered without thinking. The knocking stopped, then my voice replied from the other side. But you're already here. I spun around to flee, only to realize I couldn't remember which way I had come. All the holes I'd made had sealed themselves. I was trapped in this duplicate room. Panic rising, I pounded on the walls, screaming for help. Eventually, I slumped to the floor, exhausted. In the silence that followed, I heard it faint at first, then clearer, knocking from every wall around me. Different patterns, different rhythms overlapping, and voices, hundreds of them, all whispering the same plea. Let me out. I understand now. Each of us thought we were the one outside the wall. Each of us responded to the knocking by making our own hole, stepping through, becoming trapped. Now we all knock, hoping to lure another version of ourselves into the maze. Sometimes I still try to break through, to find my way back to what I think was my original room. But the maze shifts. Walls appear where there were none before. Rooms rearrange themselves when I'm not looking. And always the knocking continues. 323. A signal passed from one trapped soul to the next. If you hear knocking from inside your wall, don't answer. Don't knock back, and whatever you do, don't make a hole. Because I'll be waiting on the other side, and I so desperately want to be let out. Story 9, the backyard was dark, empty, the grass swaying in the wind, but as I looked through the glass, my stomach twisted. My reflection wasn't facing the right way. The window showed my back, the outline of my shoulders. The scent of cold air and damp wood filled the room. Slowly I turned. My reflection turned too, but it was just a second too late. I blinked hard, convincing myself it was just fatigue playing tricks on my mind. Working from home had blurred the lines between rest and productivity, between reality and the strange hallucinations of an overworked brain. Yet as I stared at the window again, I couldn't shake the feeling that something fundamental had changed in my home. The house had always been quiet, but that night the silence felt thick, almost tangible, like a presence breathing beside me. I approached the window again, this time with purpose, raising my right hand deliberately. My reflection raised its right hand too normal, expected, but then I noticed its fingers. They curled inward slightly while mine remained straight, a minor detail, barely perceptible but undeniable. I stepped back, heart pounding against my ribs. The wooden floor creaked beneath my feet, the sound unnaturally loud in the stillness. The house felt different somehow, the air heavier, carrying a faint metallic scent I'd never noticed before. My throat tightened as I swallowed. That night sleep evaded me. Every shadow in my bedroom seemed wrong, slightly distorted. The sheets felt cold against my skin despite the warmth of the season. I lay awake, listening to the house settling, or was it moving? The subtle creaks and groans seemed to follow a pattern, almost like footsteps circling my bed. Morning brought no relief. The sunlight streaming through my windows should have been comforting, but instead it cast strange shadows across my walls. shadows that moved when they shouldn't, lingering just at the edge of my vision. I decided to document these anomalies. Perhaps seeing them collected, categorized, would help me make sense of what was happening. I grabbed a notebook and began recording every strange occurrence. Day 1, reflection delay in living room window, approximately half a second lag. Day 2, kitchen faucet water ran warm despite cold setting. Mirror in bathroom showed movement in hallway when no one was there. Day 3, found all cabinet doors open this morning. Don't remember leaving them that way. As my list grew, so did my unease. I began taking photographs, setting up recordings on my phone while I slept. The recordings captured nothing unusual, just the normal sounds of a quiet house. But the photographs were different. In each one, something subtle was wrong. A lamp positioned differently than I remembered placing it. A door that should have been closed appearing slightly ajar. And most disturbing, in photos of rooms with mirrors or windows, my reflection never quite matched my remembered pose. I showed these photos to a friend who visited, seeking validation that I wasn't imagining things. She saw nothing unusual, laughed it off as my imagination running wild. But as she left, I noticed her reflection in the front door's glass panel lingered after she had gone, its head turning to watch me before fading away. The walls of my home began to feel like skin stretched over something else, something alive and watching. When I placed my palm against them, I could feel a subtle vibration, like a pulse, irregular and alien. The house was breathing. I tried leaving packed. A bag called a rideshare stood on the curb waiting, but each vehicle that approached would drive past me as if I were invisible. When I walked to the corner of my street, intending to go to a hotel, I found myself somehow turning around, walking back toward my house without consciously deciding to do so. That night I filled my bathtub with water, watching as the surface reflected the ceiling light above. The water appeared normal at first, but as I stared, the reflection of the light began to change shape, elongating into something that resembled a face. Not my face, something older, with hollows where eyes should be. I reached out, my fingertips breaking the water's surface. The water felt wrong, not wet, but textured like silk, slightly warm. As my hands submerged, I felt something grasp my fingers from below, gentle but insistent. I yanked my hand back, water splashing over the tub's edge. There was no denying it anymore. My home had become something else, something that was studying me as intently as I was studying it. I began speaking to it, not out loud at first, just thoughts directed at the walls, the windows, the mirrors. What are you? What do you want? No answers came, but things escalated. The reflective surfaces throughout my home began showing not just delayed movements, but entirely different scenarios. In the bathroom mirror, I saw myself sleeping. In the kitchen window, I was reading a book I'd never owned. In the glass of a picture frame, I was writing frantically in my notebook, though in that moment, my hands were empty. The splitting of reality became more pronounced. Objects disappeared when I wasn't looking directly at them, only to reappear in places I hadn't put them. My notebook, filled with observations, vanished for days before I found it inside the refrigerator, its pages now filled with writing that resembled mine but contained words I would never use, describing events I had no memory of. Sleep became dangerous. Each time I woke, some aspect of my home had changed. The wallpaper pattern shifted slightly. The distance between furniture pieces grew or shrank. The number of stairs to the second floor increased by 1, then decreased by 2. I began marking my skin with a pen, making small dots on my arms to keep track of myself. One morning, I woke to find the marks had changed position, crawling up my arm like ants. The culmination came without warning. As I stood in my living room, gazing out at the dark backyard through the window, I noticed my reflection staring back at me. Not the delayed, slightly off-center reflection I had grown accustomed to, but a perfect mirror image. For a brief moment, I felt relief wash over me. Then my reflection smiled. I was not smiling. It raised its hand and pressed its palm against the glass. Without thinking, I mirrored the gesture, our hands separated only by the thin barrier of the window. The glass felt hot beneath my touch, almost burning. My reflection's lips moved, forming words I couldn't hear. I leaned closer, straining to understand. Its breath fogged the glass between us, and in that condensation a message appeared, "Let me in." I jerked my hand away, but it was too late. The glass had become permeable, soft like membrane. My fingers had already sunk through, entangled with those of my reflection. I tried to pull back, but instead I felt myself being drawn forward, the window's surface stretching around me like elastic. My reflection and I were now face to face, our noses almost touching, the window's glass encircling us both like a translucent cocoon. Its eyes, my eyes, but not quite mine, stared into me with hunger and ancient patience. "We've been waiting for someone who could see us," it whispered, its voice a distorted version of my own. "Someone who could feel the thinness between." I struggled, but my body no longer responded correctly. My movements were now the echo, the delay, while my reflection moved with fluid grace. The glass between us dissolved completely, and we merged a sensation of falling into myself while simultaneously being invaded. When it ended, I stood alone in my living room, facing the window, which now showed only darkness. I raised my hand. My reflection raised its hand at exactly the same moment. Perfect synchronization. But something was wrong. I had intended to raise my left hand. My body had raised my right. I tried to step back, but my body stepped forward. I tried to scream, but my lips curved into a smile. Looking down at what were once my hands, I realized the truth. I was no longer the one in control. My body turned away from the window, movements smooth and confident, walking toward the front door. My consciousness screamed, trapped behind eyes I no longer commanded. The door opened, revealing the night beyond. My body stepped outside into a world that looked like mine but felt fundamentally different. The stars above were arranged in unfamiliar patterns. The air tasted sharp and metallic. My hand, not my hand anymore, reached into my pocket and pulled out my phone. My fingers navigated to my contact list and began composing a message to everyone I knew. "Would you like to come over? There's something I need to show you in my window." Inside, I continued screaming, but no sound emerged. My reflection had been waiting so long, and now it had work to do. They say home is where the heart is. Mine remains there still, pressed against the inside of a window, watching as something wearing my face walks through the world, collecting new reflections to liberate. Story 10. In a forgotten nook of an overlooked library, I stumbled upon a fragile manuscript. Its aged pages, tinged with a golden hue, were adorned with enigmatic footnotes. Each tiny jotting, inscribed in an unfamiliar script, hinted at a hidden tale waiting to be unveiled. The musty scent of antiquity, a blend of aged parchment and ink, hung in the air, imbuing the atmosphere with a sense of intrigue that beckoned me to unravel the concealed lore woven beneath the surface. With a soft crackling, the worn leather binding yielded as I turned the delicate pages, my fingertips skimming over centuries of accumulated dust. While the main text appeared as a scholarly discourse on medieval folklore, the footnotes whispered a different narrative. Initially, they seemed innocuous, featuring standard academic citations and concise explanations. However, as I delved deeper into the manuscript, a transformation transpired. The annotations became more urgent, the ink bleeding darker into the weathered paper, and the margins bore handwriting fraught with intensity. References to obscure texts gave way to personal musings, then evolved into what appeared to be fragments of a diary. The mysterious annotator recounted eerie occurrences, strange noises in empty corridors, shadows that danced against the light, and whispers that lingered in the void of solitude. Hours slipped away as I immersed myself in that secluded library corner, enveloped by towering shelves that seemed to lean in attentively, as if listening to my every breath. The warm glow of the desk lamp bathed the pages in a soft golden light, yet cast deep shadows between the looming shelves. As dusk descended, the shadows elongated, creeping across the floor akin to a somber tide. One footnote seized my attention, alluding to a series of cryptic numbers resembling dates unknown to any calendar I recognized. Beneath them, in slightly quivering script, were inscribed the words, "The patterns emerge solely in darkness. They reveal the secrets that dwell betwixt moments in the voids where time folds upon itself." Contemplating these enigmatic notes, I discerned peculiar patterns manifesting in my reality. Books materialized on my desk without my fetching them, and the library seemed to rearrange its layout in my absence, guiding me back to the enigmatic manuscript through new pathways amidst the stacks. The rustle of turning pages whispered through the air, even when the book lay closed before me. The footnotes assumed a more intimate tone, as if the annotator was cognizant of addressing a future reader, myself. They spoke of a burgeoning awareness, a gradual comprehension that the manuscript transcended mere paper and ink. The annotations served as a conduit, bridging not only pages but epochs, perhaps spanning centuries. Time blurred as I delved further into the arcane marginalia. The gentle ticking of the library clock seemed to decelerate, then halt altogether. The quality of light remained fixed, indifferent to the hours I devoted to perusing, as if the sun had paused in its celestial voyage. Enveloped in a tranquil twilight that never quite surrendered to true darkness, I found myself ensnared in a serene limbo. The footnotes navigated me through a labyrinth of references, each thread interwoven with another in a complex tapestry of significance. They divulged tales of ancient civilizations that mastered the art of folding time like parchment, of scholars who deciphered the spaces between words, of libraries existing concurrently across diverse epochs. As I approached the final pages, the annotations adopted a reflective, almost tranquil demeanor. The frenzied energy of earlier notes metamorphosed into a tranquil acceptance. The ultimate footnote simply stated, "To grasp time, one must first transcend it. You, the reader of these words, your odyssey has already commenced." Raising my gaze from the manuscript at last, I sensed a shift in the silence enveloping me. It deepened, resonated, as if the very air pulsed with untold sagas. The shadows amid the shelves ceased to be vacant spaces, now teeming with subtle motion, akin to curtains stirring in a breeze unseen. I frequent the library daily now, though the precise moments of my arrival and departure elude me. The manuscript remains at its initial resting place, yet its contents ebb and flow with each perusal. Occasionally, ghostly figures flicker at the edge of my vision, scholars from disparate epochs, all drawn to the enigmatic footnotes. We communicate not in words, but through ethereal whispers that linger in the recesses of my mind. The true essence of the manuscript remains elusive, yet I've gleaned that certain enigmas are meant to be experienced, not deciphered. Amidst those tranquil instants, amidst the shelves, enveloped by the whisper of ancient pages, I've unearthed a distinct form of wisdom, one that resides in the interstices between the known and the yet to be revealed. I persist in my reading, and the footnotes persist in guiding me through their labyrinth of significance. Perhaps you, too, shall chance upon this manuscript someday, and when you do, recall that the profoundest mysteries are those that transform us not through disclosure, but through the gentle art of contemplation. Story 11. In the depths of the night, I found myself drawn to an abandoned arcade perched on the outskirts of the city. The neon lights flickered erratically, casting eerie shadows over the dusty arcade machines. Amidst the stillness, a gentle hum resonated from the darkness, laced with the scent of stale popcorn and faded thrill. It was as though the arcade breathed with echoes of laughter and nostalgia, whispering tales of bygone days. Running my fingers along the weathered game cabinets, I felt the intricate textures hidden beneath layers of dust. Each step I took left soft imprints on the carpet of gray powder coating the floor. The rhythm of my breath intertwined with the low electrical hum that lingered in the air, creating a strangely calming cadence. In the dim glow, the faded artwork on the machines emerged like ghostly apparitions, fantastical realms and characters, now mere shadows of their former selves. Some screens flickered faintly, displaying fragmented images that danced like fleeting dreams. One machine stood out to me, an ancient racing game with a weathered leather seat and a steering wheel that seemed to shift on its own accord. As I ventured further into the arcade, the temperature dropped noticeably, and the hum grew more melodious, akin to a distant choir harmonizing in the night. I found myself swaying gently to its enchanting pulse, my steps syncing with its mysterious melody. The air was pregnant with possibilities, as if the boundary between reality and reverie had blurred in this forgotten sanctuary. Exploring a narrow hallway that led to a maintenance area, I passed vintage posters showcasing games long lost to time. Each creak of the floorboards beneath my feet added to the arcade's mystical symphony, the hum responding to my presence with shifting tones and intensities. At the end of the hallway stood a weathered wooden door, its peeling paint resembling intricate circuitry. The brass handle felt oddly warm as I turned it, and the hum swelled, enveloping my senses. Beyond the door lay a small room bathed in a soft blue luminescence. Arcade motherboards adorned the walls, their LED lights blinking in cryptic patterns. In the center stood an ancient computer terminal, its screen alive with scrolling text that eluded comprehension. The characters appeared to blend game code with something deeper, something ancient and profound. The hum emanated from the machine, causing dust particles to dance in the air like celestial bodies. Taking a seat in the worn operator's chair, I was entranced by the hypnotic display before me. The text began to form patterns that teased at familiarity, like fragments of a forgotten dream. My fingers hovered over the aged keyboard, and almost instinctively I began to type. The hum synchronized with my keystrokes, weaving a symphony of human and machine in perfect harmony. Time lost its grip within that chamber. The blue light seemed to seep into my very being, while the hum reverberated through my bones. I typed stories that felt ancient, conjuring game worlds that never existed and dreams long forsaken. The machine responded with its own narratives, conveyed through bursts of code and static that held profound meaning. When I finally rose from the chair, my limbs felt stiff, the passage of time a vague notion. The hum had melded seamlessly with my essence, its nuances only noticeable through subtle shifts. The arcade no longer felt abandoned but expectant, as if awaiting a new chapter. The game cabinet stood sentinel, their screens teasing glimpses of uncharted realms. Tracing my path back through the arcade, I brushed my fingers against the machines, each responding with a faint surge of energy, adding to the eternal hum. The racing game's steering wheel remained motionless, yet its screen depicted a road stretching into infinity, bathed in the glow of a digital dawn. Pausing at the entrance, I cast a final glance back at the arcade. The neon lights now radiated a warm, steady glow, casting a serene aura. The hum had evolved into a gentle purr, like a slumbering electronic beast content in its dreams. I knew then that I would return, beckoned by the symphony of silence and the promise of untold stories awaiting discovery amidst the games. Stepping outside, the hum lingered as a subtle vibration in my chest, a reminder of the night's mysterious melody. In the quiet moments before dawn, I still feel its call, the harmonious blend of memory and enigma, forever resonating within the deserted arcade. Story 12. On a moonlit night deep within the heart of the woods, a forgotten campsite beckoned me forward. Nature had almost reclaimed the remnants of human presence, with tall pines swaying gently overhead, their needles rustling like whispers from another time. The cool night air enveloped me, heavy with the familiar sense of cedar and damp earth, carrying a silent promise of hidden secrets waiting to be uncovered. As I made my way through the dense undergrowth, my footsteps hushed by layers of fallen pine needles, I stumbled upon what appeared to be a gathering place from long ago. Weather-worn logs encircled an ancient fire pit, now adorned with delicate mushrooms emitting a soft, ethereal glow under the moon's watchful eye. Their pale luminescence pulsed ever so faintly, as if breathing in harmony with the night itself. At the edge of the clearing stood the remnants of an old cabin, its wooden walls weathered and silvered by the passage of countless seasons. Moonlight filtered through the gaps in the roof, casting shifting patterns on the floor that seemed to dance and change with each passing moment. The door creaked open slightly, swaying in the night breeze with a rhythmic cadence that blended seamlessly with the whispers of the towering pines. Stepping inside, I felt as though time itself had woven a tapestry of stories within the walls of the cabin. Dust motes danced in the moonbeams that filtered through the windows, while the wooden floors creaked softly underfoot, as if sharing ancient memories long forgotten. A stone fireplace dominated one wall, its cold hearth filled with dried leaves that formed cryptic patterns resembling an unknown language. On a small table near the window, an old journal lay waiting, its pages warped by humidity yet miraculously preserved. The leather cover felt warm to the touch, a stark contrast to the cool night air that enveloped me. With a gentle crackle, I opened the journal, revealing elegant handwriting that spoke of strange lights flickering amidst the trees and haunting melodies carried on the wind, fading from memory as soon as they were heard. The author of the journal chronicled the mysteries of the forest, recounting how the pines would engage in whispered conversations as the evening descended. They spoke of travelers passing through, of transformations in the woods, and of elusive beings that lurked within the shadows. The mushrooms in the fire pit, it was noted, would glow with an otherworldly brightness on certain nights, their light pulsing in tandem with distant, enigmatic sounds that teased the edges of perception. As I delved deeper into the journal, a subtle shift in the atmosphere enveloped me. The moonlight took on a silvery hue, casting deeper shadows that seemed to conceal untold depths within the cabin's walls. The whispers of the pines grew clearer, though their meaning remained just beyond reach. I swayed gently, as if guided by an unseen force, my breath slowing to match a hidden rhythm in the air around me. The journal revealed a peculiar phenomenon that intrigued me on nights of the fullest moon, such as the one unfolding before me. The old fire pit would transform into a mirror, reflecting the heavens above in a liquid sheen despite its dry surface. Intrigued by this revelation, I ventured back outside, the journal clutched in my hands, to investigate the veracity of the claim. The clearing appeared subtly altered upon my return, the logs forming intricate patterns that had eluded my notice before, while the mushroom's glow intensified ever so slightly. Drawing closer to the fire pit, I beheld the astonishing sight described in the journal. The ashes now mirrored the night sky with an uncanny clarity, revealing not only the moon and stars above, but also strange lights dancing in silent harmony. Mesmerized by the ethereal display before me, I found myself transfixed, drawn into a realm where the boundaries between observer and observed blurred into obscurity. Were the lights in the fire pit watching me as I watched them? Were the pines revealing their long-held secrets, or merely allowing me a fleeting glimpse into their cryptic conversations? Seating myself on one of the weathered logs, the journal cradled in my lap, I began to document my own observations of the enigmatic scene unfolding before me. Time seemed to ebb and flow differently in this mystical place, as the night deepened and the air grew heavy with a gentle mist that caressed the tree trunks like a silken shroud. With dawn approaching on silent feet, veiled in tendrils of mist that obscured the boundaries between reality and dreams, I made a final entry in the journal. I recounted how the glow of the mushrooms had faded imperceptibly, how the whispers of the night had gradually melted into the familiar sounds of morning, and how the mirror surface of the fire pit had reverted to simple ash as the first light of day crept over the horizon. Placing the journal reverently back on the table within the cabin, I knew that despite my meticulous notes, the mysteries of that night would forever remain just beyond my grasp. The pines continued their whispered conversations, now laden with the mundane topics of wind and weather, sunlight and shadow. Yet in the quiet depths of my mind, a fragment of that mysterious night lingered, a tantalizing reminder of the unseen wonders that dwell just beyond the edge of perception, waiting to be discovered in the realm of dreams. Story 13. In the quiet hush of a late evening, I found myself drawn to a forgotten cinema, its marquee a faded echo of grandeur long past. As I stepped inside, the darkness enveloped me, broken only by the flickering light of a solitary projector. Ghostly images danced across the cracked screen, whispering tales of yesteryears. The air hung heavy with the nostalgic scent of popcorn and dust, carrying with it a silent narrative of dreams and heartaches lost to time. The worn velvet seats welcomed me with a soft creak as I settled into the back row, a mysterious pull urging me to bear witness to the secrets this abandoned theater held. The gentle whirring of the projector wove a hypnotic melody, like a lullaby whispered from the depths of memory. Dust particles pirouetted in the beam of light, forming intricate patterns that hinted at hidden truths just beyond reach. As my eyes adjusted to the darkness, I caught glimpses of shifting shadows in my periphery, like whispers of movement that refused to be seen directly. The screen played scenes from a bygone era, each frame tinged with a sense of intimacy that tugged at my heart. A woman in a timeless dress flitted through the scenes, her face averted from view, a mystery in motion. She traversed through garden parties, dimly lit restaurants, and rain-soaked streets, forever in search of something or someone, her elegant desperation, palpable yet enigmatic. A soft murmur brushed against my ear, carrying elusive words that lingered on the edge of understanding. The room's temperature shifted, weaving warm and cool currents around me, as if unseen spirits moved in silent communion. The leather armrests bore a residual warmth, hinting at a recent occupant who had since vanished into the shadows. The film played on, revealing subtle inconsistencies that defied logic, the woman's dress changing hues, scenes looping with subtle alterations. Instead of dialogue or music, the sound system emitted the soft cadence of someone breathing, punctuated by quiet sighs that seemed to echo my own. I found myself mirrored in the woman's movements, an uncanny synchronicity that sent shivers down my spine. Amidst the heady scent of jasmine and aged theater walls, a melancholy essence seeped into my being, a sorrowful melody of unknown origins. The film shifted to depict the theater itself in its former glory, the audience abuzz with life, save for one vacant seat that beckoned attention. The woman appeared scattered among the crowd, a constant enigma, her obscured face a riddle unsolved. A discovery awaited me between the seat cushions, a weathered diary, its pages a testament to time's passage. Illuminated by the projector's soft glow, I traced the entries penned in elegant script, each recounting visits to this very theater, all ending with a haunting refrain, still searching for the perfect ending. The final entry, dated just before my arrival, trailed off mysteriously, hinting at a conclusion left unspoken. As the film neared its enigmatic finale, the woman turned towards the camera, only to be consumed by static before vanishing into darkness. The projector fell silent, leaving me in the dim glow of exit signs. Returning the diary to its hiding place, a fleeting touch brushed against my hand, a presence felt but unseen before dissipating into the unknown. In the lobby, a figure in a vintage dress lingered in the shadows, a silent farewell etched in her silhouette. The scent of jasmine lingered for a moment, then faded as quickly as she did, leaving behind a lingering sense of connection in the quiet theater. Years later, the fragrance of jasmine still haunts me during old film viewings, a reminder of that ethereal night. In those fleeting moments, I sense unseen eyes watching, waiting for a kindred spirit to share in the unfinished tales of bittersweet beauty. Story 14. In the hushed stillness of a misty afternoon, I found myself drawn to the forgotten quarry on the outskirts of a tranquil town. The expansive expanse echoed with a gentle, haunting murmur as the breeze weaved through sharp rocks and hidden nooks. A faint aroma of aged stone and lingering dampness lingered in the air, carrying with it a sense of timeless dialogue between the quarry and the ebb of time, stirring curiosity about the enigmatic tales veiled within these silent stone walls. Venturing further into the depths of the quarry, my footsteps reverberated softly on weathered paths of stone. Each stride stirred up wisps of pale dust that twirled in the muted light filtering through the overcast sky above. The atmosphere grew cooler with every descent, bearing a strange sweetness reminiscent of rain-kissed blooms. Abandoned places had always captivated me, yet this quarry exuded a unique aura, a gentle, pulsating energy that seemed to radiate from its very core. The towering stone walls, like ancient sentinels encircling me, bore witness to years of human toil, yet now whispered of something far older, far deeper. Turning a corner, a curious sight caught my eye. Nestled against a wall, partially veiled by creeping vines, stood an ancient wooden door. Its weathered surface, a soft gray hue, appeared remarkably well preserved despite the passing of time. What struck me most was not the door itself, but the rhythmic movement of the vines around it, not swayed by the wind, but undulating in a slow, hypnotic rhythm, as if drawing breath. Approaching the door cautiously, my fingertips grazed the cool stone beside it. The sweet fragrance in the air intensified, mingling with an earthy undertone akin to freshly overturned soil. Standing there, subtle shifts in the quarry's ambience began to unfurl. The natural echo morphed into a melodic hum, almost imperceptible yet resonating through the stone like a hidden symphony. The door bore no handle, only a smooth, weathered surface in place of one. Intricate patterns etched into the wood captivated my gaze, spirals and curves that seemed to twist and morph with each shift in perspective. Time seemed to waver in that space. The once cloudy sky had darkened subtly, leaving me uncertain of the passage of minutes or hours. The quarry's murmurs grew clearer, though still shrouded in enigma, akin to distant conversations muffled by walls, the rhythm of speech without distinct words. Seated on a worn boulder near the door, I found myself entranced by the undulating vines and the steady pulse of energy permeating the space. The stone beneath me radiated warmth, as if retaining an ancient memory of sunbeams that once caressed its surface. As twilight descended, faint points of light emerged from deep fissures in the quarry walls. Their gentle glow, though not illuminating, danced purposefully like stars in a stone sky. Their movements mirrored the carvings on the door, creating a silent interplay of light and shadow. The sweet scent enveloped me, accompanied by a weightless sensation as if the air itself had thickened to cradle my form. The quarry's murmurs had evolved into a soothing symphony of wind and stone, punctuated by echoes that resembled footsteps or heartbeats, or perhaps both. Upon rising to depart, a subtle change caught my eye. The door, though unchanged in appearance, seemed to have shifted slightly, emitting a warm light along its edge. The vines continued their serene undulation, now reaching out towards me with delicate tendrils aglow in the gathering dusk. Though I refrained from touching the door that day, subsequent visits to the quarry beckoned me back time and again. Hours slipped by as I observed the dance of light and shadow, listening to the whispered secrets of the stone. The door remained a steadfast enigma in its state of neither opening nor closing, yet constantly evolving in subtle ways that eluded my grasp. What lay beyond it? The question lingered in quiet moments, yet I came to accept that some mysteries are destined to remain unsolved. The quarry harbored its secrets, revealing them through whispers and cryptic clues, in the gentle sway of vines and the soft glow of hidden lights. Perhaps the true enchantment lay not in unveiling the door's secrets, but in silent contemplation of its existence. In dreams, I often found myself returning to that tranquil spot, feeling the warmth of the stone beneath me and the cool caress of the evening air. The quarry's murmurs accompanied me into slumber, a lulling melody of stone and time, reminding me of places existing in the ethereal realm between knowledge and imagination, sight and sensation. The door stood its silent vigil amidst breathing vines, neither beckoning nor barring entry. And the quarry, in its timeless conversation with time, spoke in whispers and lights, in shadows and scents, narrating tales to those willing to listen with an open heart and a tranquil mind. Story 15. On a peculiarly crisp night, I ventured into an empty train yard perched on the outskirts of town. Within the realm of corroded tracks and silent, crumbling locomotives, a single light danced sporadically atop an aged signal tower. The tang of metal rust intermingled with the musty scent of damp concrete, while that flickering glow throbbed like a heartbeat in the obscurity whispering of untold tales of voyages halted in a bygone era. Each footfall on the gravel echoed softly as I traversed the yard, the breeze serenading me with its hushed melody through vacant train carriages. A peculiar tranquility pervaded the air, a stillness that settled in spaces long forsaken by the hands of time. Moths twirled around the dimly lit lamp posts, their wings casting ethereal shadows that pirouetted across aged metal surfaces. Enthralled by the solitary blinking light atop the tower, its cadence neither uniform nor erratic, but rather purposeful in its enigmatic allure. The pulsing reminded me of something elusive, perhaps a distant memory or a fragment of forgotten reverie. Drawing closer, I observed how the tower's windows remained shrouded in darkness, amplifying the significance of that lone illumination. The door to the tower stood slightly ajar, emitting a mournful hum as the wind seized it. Upon entering, the atmosphere shifted dense, charged with an electric expectancy that raised the hairs on my arms. The wooden stairs groaned under my weight, releasing the faint aroma of aged timber and decades-old dust. Ascending to the top floor, I stumbled upon an antiquated control room adorned with obsolete equipment. Switches, levers, and dial gauges bedecked the walls, their brass and copper fixtures dulled by the passage of time. Yet my focus gravitated towards the origin of the mysterious light, an ancient signal lamp that defied logic by maintaining its hypnotic pulse. As I gazed, a peculiar realization dawned upon me. The light's rhythm began to synchronize with the gentle cadence of my breath, as if acknowledging my presence. A subtle shift enveloped the room, fostering an inexplicable bond with this forgotten domain. The whispers of long-forgotten dialogues, the phantom echoes of train whistles, and the spectral hustle of travelers from eras past lingered in the cool air. Nestling into a weathered operator's chair, I found myself captivated by the interplay of light and shadow across the control panel. The rhythmic pulsing appeared to narrate a tale of solitary nights, of signals dispatched into the void, of connections forged and severed. Tracing the worn edges of the control panel, I could almost sense the lingering warmth of hands that toiled here decades ago. Time ebbed away as I sat there, enveloped in the gentle throb of light and the nocturnal symphony of sounds. The distant hoot of an owl melded with the whisper of wind through shattered windows, weaving a lullaby of solitude. I noted the evolving pattern of the light, growing intricate, akin to a cryptic code. At that moment, a realization washed over me, sending a gentle shiver down my spine. I wasn't merely observing the light, it was observing me. Not menacingly, but with the patient curiosity of something ancient and sentient. The glow of the signal lamp expanded, casting warm tendrils of light that etched stories on the walls in Morse code shadows. As the night deepened, I stumbled upon faded logbooks, their pages inscribed with records of trains that had traversed through, each entry more captivating than the last. The concluding notation, dated eons ago, simply stated, "The light knows the way home." Beneath it, a series of dots and dashes had been meticulously penned, a message eluding my deciphering, yet resonating within my heart. Departing the tower hours later, the light persisted in its steadfast pulsation behind me. I sensed an inevitable return, beckoned by the enigma of that singular beacon in the darkness. Sometimes on tranquil nights, I catch myself harmonizing my breath with the remembered rhythm of that light, pondering if somewhere in that forsaken yard, it continues to blink its age-old message into the night. The enigma of the flickering light lingers unfinished within my consciousness, akin to a half-remembered dream. Perhaps therein lies its essence. Certain mysteries are meant to be experienced rather than unraveled, their potency not in their resolution, but in the queries they leave suspended in our minds, gentle as moth wings against a window pane. Story 16. In the depths of my home, amidst the forgotten relics of time, I stumbled upon a hidden drawer within an ancient desk. With a touch of determination, I coaxed the lock open to reveal a delicate note tucked inside. The paper, fragile and weathered, bore elegant script that hinted at untold secrets of the house's past. A faint aroma of cedar and aged ink wafted from the note, beckoning me to uncover its enigma. As I unfolded the paper with care, the hushed rustle of aging parchment echoed through the silent room. Soft evening light filtered through lace curtains, casting gentle shadows that waltzed across the worn surface of the desk. An air of anticipation thickened, yet strangely comforting, akin to the tranquil moments preceding a gentle rain. The note bore a date from bygone days, penned in flowing strokes that whispered of a different epoch. "My dearest friend," it began, drawing me into its intrigue. Each sentence unfurled a tale of peculiar occurrences within these very walls, phantom footsteps in vacant corridors, objects shifting mysteriously, and the enigmatic appearance of fresh blooms in a specific vase under each full moon. I sank deeper into my seat, ensnared by the narrative weaving before me. The author divulged a hidden chamber concealed within the house, veiled by walls privy to myriad secrets. According to the note, this chamber safeguarded not treasures of gold or gems, but something more profound, a treasury of memories frozen in time. The steady tick-tock of my grandfather clock maintained its hypnotic cadence as I delved further, the pendulum's sway mesmerizing. The writer recounted the revelation of an ancient journal found secreted within the walls, chronicling the lives of the house's original inhabitants. Yet these were no ordinary accounts. They spoke of shared dreams spanning generations, of whispered dialogues transcending the confines of time. As night cloaked the world beyond my windows, I kindled an old brass lamp, casting a golden radiance upon the pages. The note alluded to symbols etched discreetly into various door frames throughout the house, symbols I had dismissed as mere adornments. However, as per the writer, these markings formed a cryptic map guiding the way to the hidden chamber. My fingertips trailed along the edge of the paper, tracing the writer's quest to decipher these symbols. They had unraveled fragments of the enigma, yet something perennially eluded grasp. The note chronicled how certain symbols waxed prominent with lunar phases, while others faded into obscurity. The whispering wind outside weaved a gentle melody through the trees, casting dancing shadows upon my walls. The writer expounded on their burgeoning belief that the house itself throbbed with memories, akin to a benevolent custodian of tales extinguished. As I neared the note's conclusion, a revelation unfurled. The writer had begun to inhabit dreams mirroring memories, vivid scenes from the house's yesteryears unfurling in their slumber. These dreams featured a woman garbed in azure, her silent smiles pregnant with unspoken wisdom. The writer surmised she sought to impart significant truths concerning time and memory cocooned within these walls. The final paragraph bore a cryptic injunction: when the midnight bells toll 13 times and moonlight bathes the seventh step, the path shall unveil itself to those who listen with their hearts, not their ears. Breath held, I absorbed these words, attuned to every murmur in my abode, the gentle creak of floorboards, the distant hum of zephyrs, the imperceptible whisper of time's passage. The note concluded abruptly, unsigned, leaving me ensnared in a web of queries. As I gingerly refolded the paper, a subtle sketch in the corner seized my attention, a geometric pattern oddly recognizable, though its origin eluded me. Raising my eyes from the desk, I perceived the room dimming, save for the lamplight's gentle glow. The house exuded a different aura now, not foreboding but suffused with a tender cognizance of the myriad stories enshrined within its walls. Every shadow, each creak, every subtle shift in the atmosphere seemed pregnant with newfound significance. I nestled the note back in the drawer, leaving it unlocked, sensing this was merely the prologue to a grander enigma, an unraveling akin to the gradual birth of dawn. Amidst the deepening twilight, I couldn't help but ponder if I too would be visited by dreams of the woman in azure and the enigmas she might unveil in the nocturnal stillness. The grandfather clock's gentle ticking persisted, and in the distance a church bell tolled. I counted the chimes absent-mindedly, my thoughts ensnared in the note's enigma. And as the final echo waned, I fancied I discerned the rustle of fabric, a whisper akin to a blue dress drifting through an empty chamber. Story 17. On a leisurely stroll through a historic neighborhood, I stumbled upon an ancient iron gate adorned with intricate engravings. Despite the gradual erosion caused by time, the ornate patterns and symbols seemed to narrate a story of love and loss. The gate exuded a rusty scent that mingled with the crisp breeze, and as I trailed my fingers along the weathered metal, I sensed a narrative yearning to be unveiled, a tale etched into every curve and crevice. The evening sky carried the soft murmur of autumn leaves rustling, while gentle golden light filtered through the canopy above. Standing before the gate, I observed how the dwindling sunlight cast shadows that danced and shifted within the deeper grooves of the engravings. The metal felt cool to the touch, its surface etched with the marks of years gone by. There was an allure to the patterns, drawing me nearer. They weren't merely decorative. They formed elegant letters within flowing designs of vines and blossoms that eluded my comprehension. Tracing the intricate lines with my fingertip, a curious warmth spread through my hand, contrasting the gate's chill. The sensation, subtle yet undeniable, resembled the touch of sun-warmed stone. Beyond the gate, a pathway wound into twilight shadows, framed by ancient trees forming a natural arch overhead. The air carried a fragrant blend of fallen leaves and an elusive floral scent, reminiscent of old roses or lavender, though no blooms adorned the surroundings. Every time I attempted to step away, a new detail captivated my gaze. A particular spiral within the metalwork seemed to lead to another, creating an endless sequence that always circled back to a central motif, a heart-shaped emblem nearly faded by time. Within its worn contours, faint initials and a possible date hinted at a forgotten romance. As darkness descended, the atmosphere shifted, and the engravings appeared to transform before my eyes. What once resembled vines now morphed into scripted words in an unknown hand. Lost in the hypnotic patterns, I swayed slightly, entranced by the evolving scenes. The soft tap of my umbrella against the gate unnoticed until then resounded with a peculiar echo, akin to a submerged bell tolling. In that moment, a response seemed to stir from the depths of the garden beyond, carried on the whispering breeze. The engravings narrated fragmented moments, a loving embrace here, a flourishing garden there, and later the same garden cloaked in winter's grasp, barren branches stretching skyward. These vignettes flowed seamlessly, connected by sweeping lines embodying time, memory, and yearning. In this place, time seemed fluid, elusive. Without my awareness, the streetlights flickered to life, casting a warm glow that illuminated the gate's aged patina. Each beam unveiled hidden details, a concealed bird, a fallen leaf, integral parts of the overarching narrative slowly unraveling before me. The tale chronicled two souls who once tended the garden beyond, their names obscured by the veil of ages. Their story, immortalized in iron and rust, depicted a shared creation that endured seasons of change and blossomed into enduring love. As time ebbed around me like a gentle stream, I grasped that the gate was more than a mere barrier. It stood as a testament, a love letter sculpted in metal to withstand the passage of centuries. The weathered heart at its core symbolized not decay but resilience. Though the details faded, the essence lingered, touching all who paused to ponder, to marvel, to feel. In the distance, a church bell tolled, blending with the evening zephyrs. With one final glance at the gate, knowing I would return, I understood that it would never present itself the same way twice. As I turned to depart, my fingertips grazed the heart-shaped motif once more. In that fleeting instant, a gentle warmth pulsed through the metal, akin to a heartbeat preserved in iron, echoing through the ages. The tale of the gate lingered as I journeyed homeward through the deepening twilight. I grasped that some stories are not meant to be fully decoded, but rather felt, resonating in the realm between understanding and wonder, sight and belief. The faded engravings had shared what they desired, safeguarding their deeper mysteries within their ironclad embrace. Story 18. In the depths of a hushed library, I stumbled upon a hidden alcove veiled behind towering shelves of forgotten manuscripts. Through a cracked window, a soft glow illuminated ancient tomes and relics echoing tales of bygone eras. The air was heavy with the fragrance of leather-bound volumes and aged paper, enveloping me in a sense of stumbling upon a clandestine sanctuary of wisdom reserved solely for the most inquisitive spirits. As the night sentinel of the library, I had grown familiar with the tranquil nocturnal cadence of the building, the gentle creaking of wooden shelves settling, the whisper of wind caressing century-old ventilation shafts, and the distant ticking of the grand hall clock. Yet this hidden nook exuded a distinct aura, as if it dwelled in a pocket of time untouched by the modern world outside the library's weathered confines. Night after night, I found myself drawn to this secluded space during my rounds, captivated by the ever-changing patterns cast by moonlight through an ornate lead-light window. The dancing shadows seemed to trace cryptic symbols on the weathered wooden floor, reminiscent of forgotten alphabets. In moments of profound stillness, I fancied hearing the faintest rustle of pages turning, though always solitary in this enigmatic corner. One evening, while perusing the books lining the walls of my refuge, I discerned an intriguing anomaly in their arrangement. The smooth leather spines, polished by centuries of handling, seemed to align in a deliberate pattern when viewed from specific angles. The varying heights, subtle color variations, and precise positioning hinted at a purposeful design beyond mere chance. I dedicated more time to studying these volumes, meticulously observing their positions and how moonlight interplayed with them through the night. My flashlight would catch glimpses of gilded lettering that seemed to shift with the passing hours, revealing fragments of text in unfamiliar languages. The atmosphere in the nook grew denser each night, laden with the weight of untold narratives waiting to be unraveled. During my exploration, I chanced upon a peculiar book that exuded a warmth as if recently held by another reader. Its pages lay blank, yet under the midnight beam of my flashlight, faint traces of writing materialized, morphing and vanishing before my eyes. The elusive words remained transient, akin to grasping at the fading tendrils of a dream upon waking. The tolling of the grand clock punctuated the night as I delved deeper into the enigma of the nook. Subtle alterations began to manifest, books subtly shifting position between visits, the window framing views of the night sky defying its physical placement, and an uncanny sensation of a spectral presence reading over my shoulder. My fellow guards remarked on the changes in me. I spoke of the library's history with a newfound intimacy, as if I had witnessed its inception centuries past. Ancient languages that eluded my study now held meaning, and my dreams teemed with visions of vast halls of knowledge transcending the library's tangible boundaries. The most extraordinary revelation unfolded on a winter night under a full moon and crystalline skies. Seated in my customary spot, a book tumbled from its shelf, unfurling to reveal a detailed chronicle of a clandestine society of librarians rumored to have unlocked the ability to encode knowledge not solely in words, but within the very essence of space itself. They had crafted sanctuaries akin to my Nook's sacred repositories, where the barrier between reader and text, past and present, blurred into obscurity. In that moment, I comprehended that I had become a part of a legacy far grander than myself. The Nook had singled me out as it had others before, beckoning me into a lineage spanning centuries. The whispers I heard were not mere echoes of the aging structure, but the voices of myriad readers who had sat in this very spot, enriching the collective wisdom enshrined within these walls. Now, as I pen this account bathed in the gentle radiance of my flashlight, I acknowledge that the true essence of this place may forever elude me. The Nook remains an enigma, its revelations unfolding in their own time, akin to words materializing on ostensibly blank pages. Yet solace washes over me in the knowledge that within this ancient library's depths lies a realm where the constraints of reality soften, where knowledge flows as freely as water, and where the simple act of reading transcends the confines of time and space. I continue my nocturnal vigil, safeguarding both the library and its veiled marvels. The Nook lingers patiently in its corner, poised to embrace the next curious soul who chances upon its threshold. And occasionally, when the moon rides high and the silence deepens, I swear I discern the soft rustle of pages turning, as if unseen readers partake in my watch, united by the eternal enchantment of words and the enigmas they hold. Story 19. Amid a sudden deluge on an otherwise unremarkable night, I sought refuge under an awning to evade the rain. The droplets drummed a rhythmic beat on the pavement, and within them I discerned a faint, urgent whisper carried by the storm. The cool, damp air carried the fragrance of fresh rain and distant thunder, while the whispered words hinted at enigmatic truths the storm was determined to unveil. Enthralled by the symphony of raindrops on the canvas above me, I heard the whisper once more, clearer this time, as if a voice spoke just behind my shoulder. Turning, I found nothing but emptiness and the encroaching darkness of twilight. The street lamps flickered to life, casting gentle halos in the misty air. The voice beckoned me onward, guiding me toward a narrow alley nestled between weathered brick buildings. Under normal circumstances, I would have dismissed such a call as mere whimsy, but this night felt different. The whisper bore no ill intent, only a gentle insistence reminiscent of my grandmother's bedtime stories. As I ventured into the alley, the rain transformed into a soft mist, caressing my skin. The brick walls exuded warmth, as if they retained the sun's embrace from centuries past, releasing it into the evening air. My footsteps splashed softly in the shallow puddles, creating mesmerizing patterns of light reflections. The alley led to a secluded courtyard, shielded from the outside world by the surrounding edifices. At its heart stood an ancient fountain, its stone weathered by time. Water trickled from its spout, harmonizing with the rain in a tranquil melody. The whisper seemed to emanate from the fountain, growing more distinct as I drew near. Clusters of small blue flowers encircled the base, their petals radiating an ethereal light pulsating in synchrony with the falling water. These flowers, both ancient and freshly bloomed, seemed to exist outside the bounds of time, evoking a sense of profound familiarity. Kneeling beside the fountain, I felt drawn by an inexplicable recognition. Faint markings adorned the stone, resembling inscriptions of an unknown language. As my fingers traced the symbols, they shifted and transformed like words dissolving in water. The whisper evolved into coherent words, speaking of memories, promises, and the cyclical nature of time mirrored in the fountain's waters. It recounted the tales of other wanderers who had stumbled upon this hidden sanctuary throughout the ages, heeding the same gentle call on rainy nights. Within the fountain's pool, I glimpsed reflections defying reality, echoes of past lives, moments, and visitors who had graced this sacred space. Each reflection flickered like fading dreams, leaving behind a faint imprint on my consciousness. The blue flowers continued to pulse gently, casting dancing shadows on the courtyard walls. Time flowed differently in this sacred space, unhurried and sweet like honey dripping from a spoon. Sitting by the fountain, enveloped by the gentle rain, I felt a profound peace and comfort, akin to a childhood lullaby half remembered. The whispers wove secrets into my soul, secrets I knew I could never fully grasp but would forever hold in my deepest dreams. When I rose to depart, a single blue flower detached itself, resting in my palm. Its glow had dimmed to blend with the natural world, yet it retained its enchanting beauty. As I retraced my steps through the alley, the whispers faded, but their warmth lingered like a tender embrace. Emerging onto the street, I found the rain had ceased, yet the air remained thick with moisture. The familiar glow of street lamps illuminated the wet pavement, and life resumed its normal cadence. Yet within me, I carried the mark of that ethereal encounter, forever changed by the gentle mystery of the hidden courtyard. On rainy evenings, since I occasionally catch a faint echo of those whispers carried on the breeze, the blue flower rests on my windowsill, appearing ordinary to all but me. In the silent depths of night, it pulses with a soft light, a reminder of promises whispered in the rain, of mysteries veiled just beyond our everyday perception, patiently awaiting discovery by those attuned to the whispers in the storm. Story 20. Drawn by an unexplainable pull to explore, I ventured into an ancient theater on the outskirts of town, its former grandeur now faded into the embrace of decay. The ornate balconies and velvet seats murmured of eras long gone, of applause that had once reverberated through its halls and dramas that had unfolded beneath its time-worn roof. As I stepped onto the stage, the boards beneath me creaking in protest, a soft, haunting voice reached my ears. It spoke in tones tinged with both sorrow and longing, as if the very walls held memories too heavy to bear alone. The words echoed and swirled within the theater, intertwining with the musty scent of neglected dreams and aged curtains, casting a veil of uncertainty over the emptiness that surrounded me. A gentle autumn breeze slipped through unseen crevices, orchestrating a delicate symphony of rustling papers and distant murmurs that seemed to carry secrets of performances long past. Each step I took on the weathered stage elicited a soft sigh from the wooden planks beneath my feet, as if they too held memories waiting to be unfurled. The air within the theater bore a peculiar weight, as though I were wading through layers of time suspended in a perpetual dance. Above me, the grand chandelier hung in silent vigil, its crystals dulled by neglect, yet occasionally catching glimpses of light that filtered through the high-set windows, casting ethereal patterns upon the walls. My curiosity led me to the wing of the stage, where forgotten props lay shrouded in sheets that undulated like gentle waves in the faint light. The voice, now a mere whisper, seemed to beckon from this direction. Among the relics of performances past, I stumbled upon an ancient dressing room mirror, its surface obscured by age but still radiating a mystical allure. As I drew near, the air around me grew cooler, a sensation that enveloped me like a whispered secret. The mirror seemed to pulse with a subtle energy, its reflection revealing movements that mirrored a bygone era, as if phantoms of actors long gone were still perfecting their craft within its depths. The voice, now more distinct, belonged to a woman, her words weaving a tale of tragic romance that stirred the soul. Her melodic recitation carried a bittersweet melody, both haunting and comforting in its embrace. Time warped and twisted within the theater's confines, stretching moments into eternity as I delved deeper into its forgotten recesses. Amidst the remnants of plays gone by, I unearthed crumbling playbills and costume pieces imbued with the faint scent of nostalgia. The voice guided me through the shadows of the theater, leading me to the orchestra pit where ancient sheet music lay scattered, their notes faded but still yearning for the touch of musicians to bring them back to life. As twilight descended, the shifting light through the windows cast elongated shadows that danced with purpose across the empty seats. The voice, now a gentle murmur that enveloped me like a comforting shroud, urged me to settle into one of the well-preserved velvet chairs, where I watched as dust motes pirouetted in the waning sunlight. The theater seemed to breathe around me, its walls pulsating with the weight of countless tales woven into its very fabric. In that moment of stillness, I realized that the voice was not directed at me, but at the theater itself, a lament of remembrance for the stories it held within. As night draped its velvet cloak over the theater, the voice took on a new depth, resonating from unseen corners and filling the space with a warmth that vibrated through the air. Its words grew clearer, yet their meaning remained just beyond reach, like fragments of a forgotten dream upon waking. The chandelier above shimmered in the moonlight, casting iridescent reflections that danced across the ceiling like ethereal constellations. I teetered on the edge of consciousness and slumber, the voice now a soft lullaby that carried me towards the threshold of dreams. Reality melded with the ephemeral as I glimpsed phantom spectators in the patterns of moonlight and shadow, their silent presence a testament to the timeless allure of the theater. They sat, spectral and reverent, enraptured by the voice that wove tales of love and loss in equal measure. With the deepening of night came a profound tranquility, a sense of peace that settled like a blanket over the theater. The voice, like a receding tide, ebbed away gradually, leaving behind an echo of gratitude that lingered in the air, a whisper of acknowledgement for bearing witness to the theater's silent soliloquy. As I rose to depart, the voice had faded into memory, a gentle echo that reverberated in the recesses of my mind. Yet the theater felt transformed, more alive in its abandonment than ever before. Each step towards the exit echoed with a protest of ancient floorboards, a reminder that some places never truly stand empty, but instead await a willing listener to unlock their hidden narratives. Even now, months later, I find myself drawn back to that theater in the hushed hours between dusk and dawn. The voice remains, sometimes just a whisper on the edge of perception, a gentle nudge to remind me that within the shadows and behind the veil of time, stories lie in wait for those who pause to listen. The theater endures as a sanctuary where past and present converge, where memories shimmer like dust motes in the moonlight, forever preserved in the enigmatic echoes of that mysterious voice. Story 21. Venturing into a mansion left untouched for decades, I entered a realm of profound quiet that seemed to pulse with a life of its own. The grand foyer greeted me with a hushed elegance, adorned with portraits obscured by dust and drapes weathered by time. The silence lingered like a whispered breath, carrying echoes of bygone days that whispered tales of yore. Each creak of the aging floor and every sigh of the wind through shattered windows resonated with narratives long locked away, beckoning me to listen intently. The late afternoon sun filtered through worn curtains, casting elongated shadows that waltzed upon faded wallpaper. My steps were muffled as I traversed deeper into the mansion, the settling of dust particles in the air harmonizing with each movement. The aroma of ancient wood and forgotten histories enveloped me with every inhale, while distant sounds of branches caressing windows added a subtle cadence to the tranquility. My curiosity led me to a majestic staircase, its once glorious banister now dulled by the passage of time. Ascending, my hand trailed along the polished wood, and a curious phenomenon caught my eye. The dust beneath my fingertips vanished, revealing pristine sections that gleamed as if recently tended to. Surprisingly warm to the touch, the wood contrasted the chill that pervaded the estate. The second floor unveiled a lengthy hallway flanked by closed doors, each exuding a distinct aura of anticipation, akin to the pause between heartbeats. I noticed a subtle shift in temperature as I passed each threshold. Some areas exuded a gentle warmth, while others cradled pockets of cool air, prompting me to wrap my jacket tighter. A slightly ajar door beckoned me, offering a glimpse into an old study bathed in the amber hues of twilight. Books adorned the walls, their faded spines hinting at the wisdom they safeguarded. A substantial wooden desk commanded the room's center, its surface cloaked in a thin veil of dust save for one pristine circle, as if an object had recently been removed. As I approached, the floor sighed beneath my weight, and the turned chair behind the desk suggested a recent vacancy. Within the dust-free circle, I discerned a faint impression of words illuminated by the angled light. We never truly leave. The sun descended leisurely, elongating shadows across the study floor. In the growing dimness, subtle shifts in the room's ambience became evident. The air swayed in unseen currents, books rustled as if caressed by invisible hands. Seated at the desk, I ran my fingers along the polished wood, now imbued with a comforting warmth unlike the mansion's prevailing chill. The ambient sounds coalesced into a melodic language just beyond comprehension, transcending the boundaries of time. Minutes or hours blurred as I absorbed the room's essence, the encroaching darkness embracing me like a familiar embrace. The dance of dust motes in the fading light conjured ephemeral shapes that eluded my gaze, morphing into fleeting patterns reminiscent of writing and fleeting faces. As night enshrouded the mansion, an extraordinary event unfolded. The dust-free circle on the desk emitted a subtle luminescence, pulsing with a rhythmic cadence that influenced the room's temperature. The cryptic words, "We never truly leave," shimmered in the obscurity. Compelled by an unseen force, I extended my hand and placed it within the glowing circle, and a profound serenity washed over me. The mansion's silence transcended into a melodic symphony of soft sounds that had always lingered, awaiting a receptive ear. Each creak and whisper bore significance, narrating tales of those who had once graced this sacred space. Upon rising to depart, I noticed my watch had ceased its ticking at some indeterminate moment during my reverie. The mansion's darkness now bore a weighty presence, akin to a sentient entity rather than a mere absence of light. Retracing my steps through the hallway and down the stairs, I realized that the mansion's silence was never vacant. It teemed with dormant narratives, eager to be unveiled by a keen observer. In quiet moments within my own abode, I occasionally catch echoes of that ethereal silence, a gentle reminder that spaces harbor more than mere memories. They cradle fragments of souls who have traversed their thresholds, awaiting acknowledgement amidst the dust and shadows. Story 22. On a dreary afternoon, a peculiar unmarked envelope caught my eye amidst the usual stack of mail. Intrigued, I unfolded the aged yellowed paper within, revealing handwritten words that seemed to awaken dormant memories within me. The room was filled with a subtle fragrance of ancient ink and lavender, casting a spell of introspection over me, prompting me to question the very essence of my past. The paper, delicate and worn with time, felt like a whisper in my hands. Raindrops tapped gently against the window, creating a soothing melody that harmonized with the rhythm of my heart. In the warm glow of my reading lamp, the elegant script on the letter seemed to dance, casting an amber halo around the words. "My dearest friend," the letter began, invoking a sense of familiarity that I couldn't quite place. It spoke of a summer house, a place I had no recollection of ever visiting, yet the descriptions painted vivid pictures in my mind. I could almost feel the warmth of the sun on my skin and hear the rhythmic ebb and flow of distant waves. As I delved deeper into the letter, the crackling of the fireplace beside me provided a comforting accompaniment. Each word seemed to unlock a hidden chamber in my mind, revealing memories that felt both foreign and intimately known. The sense of salt air and freshly cut grass wafted through my senses, transporting me to a place I had never physically been. The letter wove tales of afternoon teas in delicate china cups, of timeless conversations in a garden where roses bloomed eternally, and of a mysterious locked room on the upper floor. With each description, the memories grew stronger, more tangible, yet undeniably foreign to my own experiences. My cat's gentle purring in my lap grounded me in the present as I turned to the second page, the script unfolding a tapestry of misty gardens and ethereal music that seemed to echo in the corners of my mind. The wooden floors beneath me creaked softly, almost as if echoing the ancient floorboards of the mysterious summer house. The scent of lavender enveloped me, mingling with the weight of memories that felt borrowed yet strangely intimate. The letter hinted at shared secrets and unspoken promises, painting a portrait of a past intertwined with mine in ways I couldn't comprehend. Descriptions of rainy days in the library of the summer house, where books shifted titles when unobserved, stirred a sense of déjà vu within me. The ink on the paper seemed to fade slightly as I reached the final page, as if the words themselves were ephemeral, slipping through my grasp like elusive dreams. The letter spoke of a pivotal choice, a ritual under the moon's watchful gaze that would alter reality itself. It concluded with a cryptic reminder that memories are fluid, shaping the narratives we weave for ourselves. The signature, an elusive initial that seemed to shift with each glance, left me with a sense of unresolved mystery. As I carefully folded the letter back into its envelope, a fleeting reflection in the window caught my eye. For a moment, the lamplight revealed a face that felt familiar yet unknown, a phantom presence lingering in the glass. The rain outside softened, the scent of lavender dissipating into the ether. Settling into my favorite armchair on the cusp of slumber, I could still hear the distant melodies of waves and piano keys, feel the weight of a non-existent locket against my skin. And as I drifted into dreams, the boundaries between reality and imagination blurred, leaving behind a lingering sense of enigma and wonder. Story 23. On a misty evening, I wandered along a creaking pier that extended into a bay cloaked in fog. The soft lapping of waves and the distant calls of seabirds surrounded me, creating a serene ambience. In the midst of this coastal symphony, an enigmatic melody emerged, woven by the wind and water in a secretive collaboration. The air was infused with the briny scent of the sea and the aged aroma of weathered wood, enveloping the pier in a natural performance of tranquil mystery. With each step I took on the worn planks, the fog enveloped me like a gentle veil, soft and gray. The time-worn boards beneath my feet emitted a soft groan, harmonizing with the ethereal music that seemed to resonate from all directions at once. This haunting yet soothing melody, akin to a forgotten lullaby played on unseen strings, captivated my senses. The lanterns adorning the pier cast warm pools of amber light through the mist, forming shifting halos that danced with the evening breeze. Amid this dim illumination, I noticed a curious phenomenon. The railings seemed to vibrate ever so subtly, as if attuned to the mysterious music. Placing my hand on the salt-weathered wood, I felt a faint tremor, reminiscent of a fading echo from a struck tuning fork. Here time flowed differently, and the outside world felt distant, veiled by the embracing fog. As I ventured deeper into the mist, the melody evolved, growing more intricate. What began as a simple tune now embraced layers of harmonies, the whisper of wind through unseen crevices, the rhythmic beat of water against the pilings, and an elusive sound resembling distant voices harmonizing in unison. At the far end of the pier stood an ancient gazebo, its Victorian architecture barely visible through the swirling mist. The weathered dome loomed like a phantom ship emerging from the haze. As I drew closer, the mysterious music swelled to a gentle crescendo. The gazebo's ornate railings seemed to function as organ pipes, each hollow post adding its unique note to the celestial composition. Inside the gazebo, intricate patterns adorned the wooden ceiling, spirals and waves that seemed to undulate in the flickering lantern light. A weathered brass plaque, its inscription faded by time and salt air, caught my attention. Though most of the text had eroded, I discerned a few words, in memory of the symphony and a date from a bygone era. Seated on an ancient wooden bench within the gazebo, I became entranced by the continuing melody. The fog swirled around me in harmony with the music, conjuring ephemeral shapes that danced in the shifting light and shadow. I swayed gently, drawn into the tranquil rhythm of this inexplicable performance. As night descended, I realized that the temperature by the water remained oddly warm, embracing me like a tender caress. The lantern light pulsed in synchrony with the mysterious song, illuminating different facets of the carved patterns above, casting a mesmerizing play of light and shadow. In this twilight realm between wakefulness and dream, I comprehended that the pier itself was a grand instrument, a colossal, weathered musical apparatus played by the hands of nature. Each plank, railing, and post had been meticulously positioned not just for utility, but for the symphony they birthed when touched by the elements. The faded inscription on the plaque took on new significance. Perhaps this pier was constructed not merely for docking ships, but as a homage to something or someone lost to time. Each evening, under the perfect conditions, it unfurled its melody for any willing listener, a tribute in music rather than stone. As I prepared to depart, the melody trailed after me, fading with each step but never vanishing entirely. The fog parted slightly, unveiling a gentle path back to land. Even upon solid ground, the cadence of that strange music lingered within me, akin to a half-remembered dream. Occasionally I returned to that pier on misty evenings, drawn by the allure of the ever-evolving symphony. Each time the music shifts with the weather, the tide, and perhaps even the hearts of the listeners themselves. It remains an enigma best left unsolved, an eloquent reminder that life's most exquisite experiences are often those beyond complete understanding. The encounter left me pondering a lingering question. Was I merely witnessing a natural marvel, an acoustic marvel crafted by wind and structure? Or had I chanced upon something extraordinary, a fragment of history preserved not in archives or images, but in the enduring notes of an eternal melody orchestrated by the sea itself. Story 24, amidst the dusty relics of a forgotten art supply trove at a quaint thrift shop, my fingers chanced upon a weathered sketchbook brimming with intricate blueprints of an enigmatic edifice. The aged pages, imbued with the faint fragrance of graphite and time, beckoned me into a realm where art intertwined with a cryptic, veiled purpose. Night after night, I found myself ensnared in the allure of these meticulous designs within the hushed embrace of my dimly illuminated study. The soft patter of rain against my window wove a serene symphony as I delicately traced the arcane drawings with my fingertips. Each stroke of the architect's pen revealed a world beyond the limits of conventional understanding. Curved corridors folded upon themselves in defiance of logic, staircases led to unfathomable chambers, and windows captured light from inexplicable angles. Yet, amidst this architectural enigma, precise measurements and elegant script adorned the pages, teetering on the edge of calligraphic artistry. The marginal musings, penned in faded ink, spoke of threshold spaces and liminal architecture, stirring contemplation in the depths of my mind. In the tranquility of twilight, I embarked on my own interpretations of these enigmatic blueprints, seeking to unravel their esoteric essence. The gentle scratch of my pencil against paper became a meditative chant, guiding me through the labyrinthine geometries of the unknown architect. In the silent hours before dawn, I felt a spectral presence guiding my hand, unveiling the mystical connections woven within each line. As I delved deeper into the blueprints, a subtle shift in my perception of space unfurled. Shadows danced with newfound depth, and corners whispered secrets of hidden curvature. The whispers of my home resonated with the architectural language of the drawings, infusing my surroundings with a surreal aura. Under the moon's gentle gaze, a cryptic series of numbers emerged from the ornate borders of the sketchbook, hinting at a hidden harmony encoded within the structure. Transcribing these numbers became a hypnotic dance, punctuated by the rhythmic cadence of my ticking clock. The resulting sequence unfolded like a mathematical sonnet, a symphony of numbers echoing the essence of the enigmatic blueprint. In the realm of dreams, I wandered through the ethereal corridors of the structure, where floors shifted beneath my feet in a mesmerizing ballet. The central chamber, adorned with symbols that blurred the line between astronomy and music, beckoned me with its promise to harmonize with liminal spaces. Each rendition of this chamber in my sketches danced on the edge of capture, as if defying a fixed form. In the stillness of my study, the shadows outside my window waltzed in synchrony with the enigmatic angles of the blueprints, hinting at a reality just beyond reach. The mysterious architect's essence lingered in every line, every note, weaving a tapestry of dreams and mysteries. These blueprints, not mere plans for a physical structure, unfolded as a map to the ethereal margins of our world, the serene, dreaming realms glimpsed in moments of perfect calm. As I pen these words by lamplight, the weight of the sketchbook resting on my desk whispers of untold secrets. The rain's gentle cadence against my window and the pulsating shadows in the room's recesses evoke a sense of wonder and comfort in the unresolved mysteries. Some questions, like half-remembered dreams, are destined to linger in the peaceful haze of the twilight hours. Story 25. On a solitary stroll near the edge of a thick forest, a faint, almost imperceptible howl interrupted my tranquility, sending shivers down my spine. The air carried the sharp fragrance of pine and damp earth, enveloping me in a cocoon of nature's essence. Peering into the shadowed depths of the woods, the eerie sound beckoned me, tempting me to unravel the enigmas hidden just beyond the reach of light. Sunlight filtered through the canopy above, painting the forest floor with a mosaic of dancing shadows. Each step I took deeper into the woods was accompanied by the satisfying crunch of leaves and twigs underfoot. The air grew dense, saturated with the earthy aroma of moss and decay, yet strangely invigorating in its rawness. Drawn by an inexplicable force, my curiosity overcame any lingering sense of unease. As I ventured further, the familiar sounds of the outside world slowly faded into the background. The rustle of leaves in the gentle breeze intensified, creating a soft symphony of whispers. Occasionally, fleeting movements caught the corner of my eye, but upon turning to investigate, only swaying branches and shifting shadows greeted me. The howl echoed once more, barely audible, as if it were a figment of my imagination. This time it bore a melodic quality, woven intricately into the wind. The forest fell silent, as if holding its breath in anticipation. The birds ceased their melodies, and even the insects hushed their chorus. In the hush, a subtle energy vibrated in the air, causing the hairs on my arms to stand on end. A clearing emerged, the trees forming a perfect circle around a tranquil pond. The water lay still as obsidian glass, reflecting the somber sky overhead without a single ripple to disturb its mirror-like surface. Drawing closer, I noticed a peculiarity in my reflection. It lagged a fraction of a second behind my movements, as though struggling to keep pace with reality. The air turned chill, prompting me to pull my jacket snug around me. It was then that I observed wisps of mist unfurling from the ground, spiraling delicately around my ankles. Cool and gentle, the mist brushed against my skin like silk, exuding a faint, ethereal glow that pulsed in harmony with the forest's rhythm. Standing at the water's edge, vague shapes materialized within the mist, barely discernible forms that dissolved upon direct gaze. They resembled deer, yet their movements possessed a fluidity too graceful to be of this world. The howl returned, closer now, its ghostly timbre weaving through the air from all directions at once, as if the forest itself was calling out into the void. Entranced, I swayed slightly, caught in a tranquil reverie. The boundary between the tangible realm and the unknown blurred with each passing moment. Trees leaned inward, their branches stretching towards the clearing like curious onlookers. In their gnarled bark, ancient faces seemed to materialize, observing my every gesture with knowing patience. Time slipped away unnoticed. Though the light remained unchanged, an awareness dawned upon me that hours had faded into obscurity. The mist thickened, enveloping the clearing in a shroud of swirling white. The howl resounded once more, yet this time it wasn't a howl, it was a melody, an age-old tune that spoke of buried secrets and mysteries predating human presence in these woods. Suspended between reality and reverie, a presence approached from behind. The air shifted, carrying the fragrance of wildflowers and the crispness of dawn. Every fiber of my being urged me to turn, to face the unknown, yet my body remained rooted in place. Perhaps fear held me captive, or perhaps it was the realization that some enigmas are best left undisturbed. The presence drew nearer, accompanied by a profound tranquility. The forest exhaled around me, its ancient whispers resonating in long-forgotten tongues. In that moment, I understood that I had stumbled upon a realm where the veil between the known and the enigmatic had grown thin. Without turning, I closed my eyes and surrendered to the forest's melody. When I reopened them, the mist had dispersed, leaving the clearing ordinary once more. As I retraced my steps through the woods, a certainty blossomed within me, a profound knowing that I had touched something extraordinary, forever altering my perception of the world. Even now, on serene nights when the wind caresses the leaves, I catch echoes of that distant, silent howl. It beckons to me like a fading dream, a reminder that there exist realms where mystery and marvel reign supreme, patiently awaiting those willing to heed their call. Story 26. In a forgotten workshop brimming with remnants of forgotten artistry, I stumbled upon a fractured clock, its inner workings laid bare, its face frozen in an eternal moment. Mesmerized by the erratic dance of its wayward hands, the chilly, musty air enveloped me, heavy with the scent of aged oil and rust, whispering tales of stolen seconds and memories suspended in the spaces between ticks. The workshop beckoned to me on a crisp autumn evening, its weathered door ajar, a silent invitation into its hidden depths. Moonbeams filtered through dusty panes, casting elongated shadows over workbenches polished smooth by the touch of skilled hands over decades. Each creaking step on the worn wooden floor released a delicate aroma of aged pine and bygone craftsmanship, weaving a tapestry of nostalgia around me. A myriad of timepieces adorned the shelves, grandfather clocks standing tall like guardians frozen in time, pocket watches nestled in velvet-lined drawers, their once golden cases now dulled by the passage of time. Yet amidst this array, one particular clock captured my attention, a mantel clock with a detailed brass visage, its cracked crystal resembling a delicate spider's web. Settling into the ancient craftsman's chair, I noticed a peculiar anomaly about the broken timepiece. Despite its lack of power, the second hand would occasionally twitch, reversing momentarily before settling back into stillness. The subtle motion, barely perceptible in the dim light, mesmerized me, drawing me closer to scrutinize the intricate mechanism within. The tarnished brass gears, though aged, glinted with an ethereal light, adorned with cryptic symbols unfamiliar to my seasoned eye as a collector of antique timepieces. A gentle breeze stirred through the workshop, carrying with it a distant melody of wind chimes that, upon closer listening, morphed into the soft chimes of clock bells, resonating in the heavy, electrified air. As I reached out to touch the clock's face, the metal warmed beneath my fingertips, sending a tingling sensation up my arm, awakening a strange consciousness within me. Memories not my own began to surface, revealing fleeting glimpses of the workshop's former glory, sunlight bathing clean windows, the rhythmic symphony of clocks in perfect unison, and an aged craftsman bent over the very timepiece before me, his hands deftly assembling something beyond mere timekeeping. The symbols on the gears shifted and blurred, rearranging into patterns that teased the boundaries of comprehension, whispering of diverging paths, of time not as a linear stream, but as a vast, intricate ocean with endless currents and whirlpools. Reality itself wavered, the workshop seeming to sway in a gentle rhythm to the broken clock's silent song. Shadows elongated and contracted in impossible ways, ethereal figures flitted at the edges of my vision, translucent shapes moving through the space, existing in parallel moments that intertwined with my own. My hand remained fused to the clock's face, captivated not by fear, but by a profound, tranquil fascination as warmth spread through me, enveloping my being with a wordless understanding. This timepiece was no ordinary creation. It was a portal to the very essence of time, crafted by a mind that had unearthed enigmas far beyond human grasp. With night descending, a soft, disembodied ticking resonated from the clock, though its hands remained motionless, echoing like the heartbeat of the workshop itself. With each tick, the spectral figures gained solidity, their movements more defined. Among them, I recognized the elderly craftsman, our gazes meeting fleetingly across the expanse of years. The air crackled with the scent of metal and ozone, the workshop's temperature oscillating between warmth and coolness in gentle undulations. The ticking faded into the distance, time itself becoming a fluid, intangible concept. Moments stretched and compressed, the boundaries of past, present and future blending like wisps of morning fog. When at last I withdrew my hand, the workshop returned to its facade of abandonment, yet an unspoken shift had occurred. The broken clock sat innocuously before me, its hands once more motionless, yet pulsating with latent possibilities, a brass heart beating in synchrony with the universe, awaiting the next soul to unlock its secrets. I revisit the workshop often now, its location a mystery even to me. I spend hours in the craftsman's chair, observing the play of light and shadow upon the fractured timepiece. In moments of serenity, I reach out to touch its face, allowing myself to drift into the realm between heartbeats, where all moments coalesce into a tapestry of endless potential. I chose not to mend the shattered timepiece, for in its brokenness lies a peculiar perfection, a gateway for magic to seep into our world through its very flaws. And in the hush of night, when the workshop is bathed in moonlight and memories, I swear I can still hear its soft ticking, counting out the cadence of moments unseen yet eternal. Story 27. In the quiet depths of my attic, amidst the relics of days gone by, I stumbled upon a forgotten treasure, a weathered photograph nestled within an ancient album. As I gingerly lifted it from its slumber, a subtle shift caught my eye, as if the figures captured within were alive in some spectral dance. The air stirred with a delicate fragrance, a blend of old roses and faded parchment, wrapping me in a cocoon of nostalgia and mystery. Bathed in the golden hues of the late afternoon sun filtering through the cobwebbed window, I sank into the embrace of an old rocking chair, its rhythmic creak a lullaby for my restless soul. Tracing the frayed edges of the photograph with trembling fingers, I felt the whispers of time etched upon its surface, each crease a map of bygone moments. The scene unveiled before me was that of a grand garden party from a time when elegance reigned supreme. Women draped in flowing gowns and men adorned in dapper suits stood frozen in a dance of laughter and whispers, their smiles holding secrets untold. A majestic Victorian mansion loomed in the background, its windows reflecting the dying embers of a setting sun. But amid the throng, one figure beckoned to me, a woman in a gown as white as moonlight, her gaze fixed upon the camera with a knowing look. A chill crept through the attic, the scent of roses growing stronger, as if the past itself was seeping into the present. Closing my eyes, I surrendered to the hush of the attic, only to find a subtle shift upon opening them. The once static sunset in the photograph now pulsed with a warm, ethereal light, casting a spell that drew me deeper into its depths. The woman in white seemed to move, her hand outstretched towards a hidden realm beyond the frame. As I gazed, the world around me began to warp and weave. The creak of the rocking chair melded with a phantom melody. Fragrances of roses intermingled with whispers of tea and pastries. The boundaries of time blurred, reality bending to the will of a forgotten moment. The figures in the photograph stirred to life, their colors bleeding into existence like watercolors on a canvas. The woman in white emerged with clarity, a pendant around her neck shimmering with an otherworldly glow. The chill deepened, shadows lengthening, yet the photograph glowed with an inner light that defied the encroaching dusk. Details emerged like specters from the mist, a teacup poised on a table, a butterfly frozen in flight, each element a thread in the tapestry of a forgotten tale. Lost in this liminal space, I rocked to the unseen rhythm, the woman's eyes locking with mine across the chasm of time. Her pendant flickered, a mirror to one long tucked away in my grandmother's jewelry box, a connection humming in the air like a ghostly echo. Night descended outside the attic window, the waltz of the past growing fainter, yet the mystery remained, beckoning me closer. The woman's outstretched hand now pointed to a hidden door in the mansion, a portal to secrets unknown. The guests of the garden party swayed in a spectral dance, the woman's smile holding the key to a forgotten chapter. A realization dawned: she bore the visage of my grandmother in her youth, a haunting link to stories whispered in the twilight. As night cloaked the world in shadows, the photograph returned to its dormant state, the figures frozen once more, the melodies fading into silence. With a gentle touch, I restored the photograph to its sanctuary, a promise to revisit its enigma in the days to come. Descending the attic stairs, my grandmother's pendant lay heavy against my chest, a talisman of the past unknowingly worn. In the stillness of the evening, the echo of a waltz lingered, a reminder of the dance between memory and mystery. Some riddles, I realized, are best left unsolved, drifting in the liminal space between reality and dreams. The woman in white had shared her secret with me, a tale woven in whispers and shadows, a fragment of a world beyond grasp. And so I embraced the gentle mysteries of the night, where photographs breathed with life only when the heart was ready to listen, then faded into the twilight of remembrance, a silent ode to the dance of time. Story 28. In a rare moment of solitude, I found myself inside a decaying theater, its grandeur now faded into whispers of a forgotten past. Nestled in the darkness of the auditorium, a faint laughter, almost elusive, danced through the empty aisles, blending with the musty aroma of aged velvet and decaying props. It was as though the theater, once vibrant with applause and merriment, now whispered tales of bygone glory in hushed tones. Intrigued by the rumors surrounding this place, I had ventured here in search of inspiration for my writing, guided by the mystical aura that cloaked the building. The heavy wooden doors groaned open at my touch, beckoning me into a realm suspended between yesteryears and the present moment. Dust particles pirouetted in slender rays of light that filtered through lofty windows, casting ethereal patterns akin to spectral dancers on an unseen stage. Though the red velvet seats bore the marks of time, they retained a certain grace, each thread woven with tales of countless evenings filled with entertainment, love, and enchantment. Beneath the musty veil that hung in the air, a subtle sweetness lingered, evoking memories of vintage perfumes and makeup powders, reminiscent of performers long departed. As my eyes adjusted to the dimness, subtle movements flickered in my peripheral vision. The heavy drapes on stage stirred occasionally, defying the stillness with phantom breezes. The rustle of fabric was accompanied by the soft patter of footsteps, tracing an invisible choreography across the stage, a dance lost to time. In the quiet of the theater, more sounds emerged, the gentle creak of floorboards, as if unseen actors took their places, and the whisper of pages turning, like a hidden prompter rehearsing lines. These sounds, rather than unsettling, embraced me like a lullaby, enfolding me in a tapestry of memories. Time seemed to waver within these walls, stretching moments into hours as I sat motionless, absorbing the silent symphony of the theater. The afternoon light shifted imperceptibly, casting elongated shadows over the vacant seats, shadows that seemed to morph into silhouettes, a phantom audience clad in elegant attire, their presence palpable in the dimness. The laughter, a distant echo from before, returned, now accompanied by muted applause, a ghostly ovation that enveloped me like a soft whisper. I closed my eyes, surrendering to the spectral cacophony that swirled around me. Upon reopening them, a fleeting image of a dress fluttering behind a column caught my gaze, vanishing as quickly as it had appeared. With the approach of evening, the theater stirred with a newfound vitality. The air shifted unpredictably, alternating between warm currents and cool drafts, as if unseen figures brushed past me. The dormant stage lights, dormant for years, exuded a faint, ethereal glow, a residual luminescence that hinted at the performances of old. Drawn toward the stage, I ascended the worn wooden steps, each creak reverberating through the vacant expanse. Standing at its center, facing the silent audience, I felt a palpable anticipation, as though the theater itself held its breath in anticipation of the opening act. From this vantage point, overlooked details emerged, scattered mementos in the wings, a tarnished mirror, a lone glove, a weathered script, each item placed as if awaiting their owner's return. The mirror, though dulled with age, occasionally reflected fleeting images, a whisper of movement, a burst of color, ephemeral glimpses that defied focus. When my voice finally broke the silence, a mere whisper escaped my lips. "Is anyone there?" The question lingered, absorbed by the velvety darkness beyond the stage. The response came not in words, but in a symphony of subtle sounds, the rustle of fabric, distant murmurs, the gentle tap of footsteps melding together in a harmonious crescendo. As I stood, I realized the theater was not devoid of life, but teeming with echoes, remnants of past performances, emotions, and experiences. Laughter, once distant and enigmatic, now rang with genuine mirth and appreciation, a testament to the joy that once filled these walls. As dusk descended, a knowing settled upon me, urging my departure. Moving through the aisles, I felt a gentle tug, as if the theater wished to retain me a moment longer. The exit loomed farther than before, a path winding through unfamiliar shadows that whispered of untold stories. Pausing at the threshold, I glanced back for a final glimpse. For an instant, the theater shimmered with a spectral radiance, its seats occupied by shadowy figures, the stage bathed in a warm, inviting glow. Yet the vision vanished as swiftly as it had materialized, leaving behind the familiar emptiness. Stepping outside, I understood that the theater was not empty, but brimming with narratives, memories suspended in time. If one listened closely, the echoes of joy and sorrow played out like an eternal performance, a soliloquy for a solitary spectator. The laughter lingered within me, a whisper of a bygone era, a reminder that certain places never truly fade into oblivion. They endure, collecting fragments of the past until a receptive soul arrives, attuned to the echoes of happiness that linger in the shadows, waiting to be heard. Story 29. On a misty night by the coast, I ventured to an abandoned pier that extended into the dark, restless waters. Etched into a weathered beam were intricate symbols softly glowing under the moon's pale light. The salty sea breeze carried a whisper of enigma, and as I traced the marks with my fingertips, it felt like I held a key to a long-forgotten secret beneath the tides. The gentle rhythm of waves lapping against aged pillars created a hypnotic cadence, pulling me into deep contemplation. Standing there, I noticed how the wooden planks seemed to murmur with each step, echoing the countless footfalls of years gone by. The air hung heavy with the scent of salt and damp wood, mingled with something ancient, evoking memories of old books and forgotten chambers. Night after night, I found myself drawn back to that pier, compelled by an inexplicable force. Each visit unveiled new intricacies in the mysterious markings, curves that danced in the moonlight, lines weaving into different patterns with the ebb and flow of the tide. The soft creak of the planks became a familiar companion, a dialogue between the sea and the structure that dared to breach its realm. During my fifth visit, a peculiar discovery awaited me. The air around the marked beam held a subtle warmth, contrasting the cool maritime breeze. When I pressed my palm against it, the wood pulsed with a gentle heat that synchronized with my heartbeat. a sensation so delicate yet undeniable, akin to cradling a cup of tea that never cooled. Often the fog thickened as I studied the symbols, enfolding me in a soft embrace. Within its veil, sounds dulled and distant, creating an intimate cocoon where time flowed differently. At times, a faint humming seemed to rise from beneath the pier, harmonizing with the ocean's cadence. One tranquil night, as I sat beside the marked beam, I observed the water below, unusually serene. Its surface mirrored the moon with pristine clarity, yet beneath that glassy veneer, shadows moved with graceful intent. Fluid forms too large for fish, too ambiguous for known marine life. The symbols began to infiltrate my dreams, transforming into maps of uncharted realms or shifting beneath my touch like living script. I started documenting them in a journal, sketching their evolving patterns under the moon's watchful gaze. Weeks passed, revealing that other visitors to the pier remained oblivious to the markings. Their eyes slid past the beam, treating it as mere weathered wood. Even my attempts to draw attention to them were met with polite nods and swift diversions, their focus slipping away like water on glass. A pivotal moment arrived with the new moon. In the absence of lunar light, the markings emitted a soft phosphorescence, casting a gentle glow of blue-green light that undulated like subaquatic currents. The warm pulse within the wood intensified, the hum beneath the pier growing clearer, carrying melodic notes resembling a language lost to time. Near the marked beam, small tokens appeared, spiral-patterned stones, iridescent shell fragments emitting an inner glow, strands of silvery seaweed forming delicate filigree. Each item felt like a message, their significance elusive yet palpable. As I pen these words, I realize I've become intertwined with the enigma that resides here. The symbols have transcended the pier, manifesting in bathroom mirror condensation, rain patterns on windows, cream swirls in morning coffee. No longer mere cryptic glyphs, but a dialogue I'm slowly deciphering. The pier now symbolizes more than a structure reaching into the sea. It's a threshold, a boundary between known and unknown. The gentle mystery of the markings continues to unfurl, offering glimpses without complete revelation, beckoning me back night after night to that junction where the ordinary world meets something profound, ancient, and infinitely patient beyond human grasp. I've come to accept that certain mysteries are meant to be felt rather than unraveled. The pier's markings have taught me to find solace in ambiguity, to embrace the gentle allure of the obscure. As I sit here now, enveloped by rolling fog and feeling the familiar comforting pulse beneath my fingertips, I understand that my role isn't to solve this mystery, but to become part of its ongoing narrative, adding my thread to the ancient tale woven in this transitional space between land and sea. Story 30, in the heart of the bustling city, far above the chaos and noise, there exists a hidden sanctuary, a secret rooftop garden that defies explanation. This mystical oasis, cloaked in a soft luminescence that dances among the shadows, holds a magic that transcends the ordinary world below. It was on a quiet autumn night that I first glimpsed the ethereal light from my apartment window. The sky had darkened to a deep velvet, and the air carried the crisp fragrance of falling leaves. The gentle glow beckoned me, pulsing like a peaceful heartbeat, drawing me closer with its mysterious radiance. Night after night, I found myself captivated by the garden's enchanting luminescence, watching from afar as the plants and flowers seemed to come alive under the veil of secrecy. Eventually, my curiosity led me to discover a hidden stairwell that ascended to the rooftop, opening the door to a realm suspended between reality and dreams. As I stepped onto the weathered wooden planks of the garden path, mist swirling around me, I entered a realm of wonder and magic. Exotic flowers swayed in an unseen breeze, their petals emitting a soft glow that painted the air in pastel hues. Lanterns hung like jewels, casting a light that evoked the essence of starlight trapped in morning dew. The garden whispered secrets to me as I wandered deeper into its embrace. The plants seemed to acknowledge my presence, their leaves subtly shifting to follow my every move. The air was heavy with the perfume of night-blooming blossoms, their elusive beauty defying comprehension. A tranquil pond mirrored the mysterious lights, its surface occasionally rippling without cause. Peering into its depths, I saw patterns of light dancing like forgotten dreams, ephemeral and fleeting. Time itself seemed to bend and sway in this enchanted space, hours slipping by like mere moments. Each visit to the garden brought new revelations and mysteries. Symbols etched into a weathered stone bench seemed to tell tales of ages past, their meaning just beyond my grasp. And then there was the music, a haunting melody that whispered at the edges of perception, a symphony of the unseen. Objects left behind by unseen visitors hinted at a shared connection to this mystical place, a bond that transcended time and space. Seasons shifted in ways that defied the natural order, blooming flowers of impossible colors and dancing leaves that defied the passage of time. Yet amidst the enigma and wonder, a profound sense of peace enveloped me. The boundary between reality and dreams blurred, and the cares of the world below faded into insignificance. The rooftop garden became my refuge, a haven of tranquility and magic in a world of chaos. Sitting among the luminescent blooms, I felt a connection to other hidden gardens, similar sanctuaries waiting to be discovered by kindred souls. The pulsing glow of the garden's magic called out to others, drawing them in with its gentle allure. Though the mysteries of the garden remained elusive, I found solace in embracing the unknown. Some questions are not meant to be answered, but to be savored, to be cherished as gentle wonders that enrich the soul. In this enchanted space high above the city, I learned that true peace comes not from finding answers, but from finding contentment in the questions that linger in the quiet of the night. Story 31. On a tranquil night, as a sudden downpour painted the world in shimmering silver, I ventured outside to retrieve my forgotten umbrella. The rain fell with a steady rhythm, each droplet a soft percussion on the pavement, while the cool, damp air wrapped around me like a mysterious cloak. A trail of muddy footprints beckoned me away from my door, leading into the night with silent whispers of an unspoken visitor, stirring a mix of curiosity and unease in my soul. Beneath the gentle glow of the porch light, I watched as the raindrops delicately blurred the edges of each footprint, transforming them into ethereal shapes against the wet concrete canvas. The rain cascaded in soothing waves, casting a spell of tranquility that hushed the usual evening noises. My breath danced in wisps of mist in the crisp air as I pondered the enigmatic marks before me. Those footprints, not quite fitting any shoes I owned, yet oddly familiar, hinted at a deliberate journey taken with care. What captivated me most was their faint shimmer in the dim light, as if holding specks of reflected moonlight within their depths. Compelled by an inexplicable curiosity, I found myself following the trail, my own footsteps blending with the soft rain's melody, creating a symphony of quiet whispers. The air carried the scent of damp earth mingled with a sweet fragrance, reminiscent of old books and dried flowers, leading me through the garden where droplets adorned leaves and petals like delicate pearls on silk. Night-blooming jasmine unfurled its blossoms, releasing an otherworldly perfume into the misty air, as the footprints weaved between the flora with uncanny precision, as if guided by an unseen hand. Continuing along the trail, I noticed a peculiar phenomenon. The raindrops hesitated, forming suspended spheres of water before gently kissing the earth. This subtle dance of nature unfolded as the path guided me to a small clearing where the footprints circled in perfect harmony, the grass within appearing more vibrant, as if alive with a secret energy. Kneeling to touch the grass, I felt a gentle hum resonating through the blades, each drop of rain within the circle singing a silent melody as it fell. The footprints, now fainter and almost ethereal, led me to the ancient oak tree at the garden's edge. Its branches reached skyward like protective sentinels, whispering tales to the rain-soaked night. Placing my hand against the oak's moist bark, I sensed a pulsing energy, akin to a slumbering heart beating in rhythm with the elements. Water cascaded down its trunk, forming patterns that almost resembled ancient scripts, dissolving before my eyes could decipher their secrets. In that moment, the atmosphere shifted, charged with a tranquil electricity, as raindrops choreographed a dance of light and shadow to an unheard symphony. Though I never beheld my silent visitor, their essence lingered, transforming my garden into a realm of enchantment and wonder. Returning to the shelter of my home, a sweet, mysterious scent clung to my clothes, a reminder of the visitor's fleeting presence. On quiet, rainy nights, I feel drawn outside, hoping to find new footprints dancing through my garden, though they remain elusive. The rain now falls with a new cadence, my garden breathes with a whispered secret, and the old oak tree sways with a newfound grace. The visitor left behind more than footprints. They gifted a gentle mystery that unfolds with each raindrop, weaving a tale of magic into the fabric of my sanctuary. As I pen these words by lamplight, another storm brewing outside, I ponder if the visitor left a part of themselves behind, blending with the essence of this place. Sometimes, as I drift into slumber to the soft pitter-patter of rain, I swear I hear faint footsteps echoing in harmony with the raindrops, a testament to the ethereal presence that still wanders my garden, leaving behind no trace but an everlasting mystery. Story third, Act 2. In the hushed stillness of midnight, while nestled in my bed, a stray echo reached my ears, a voice both familiar and achingly distant. The soft hum of the air conditioner and the gentle rustle of leaves outside intertwined into a spectral choir, evoking memories of a presence I believed to be long departed. That night my bedroom exuded a peculiar aura. Moonlight streamed through the window, casting silver patterns on the walls, forming shapes that seemed to pulsate with a subtle rhythm. The air itself felt heavy, pregnant with anticipation, akin to the moments preceding a rainfall when the world holds its breath. I observed how the shadows gathered in the corners, darker and more profound than usual, as if conspiring to share secrets amongst themselves. Once more the voice drifted to me, a mere whisper on the edge of perception. It resembled wind chimes swaying in a gentle breeze, melodic yet tinged with a profound sense of melancholy. Slowly I sat up, my blanket sliding off noiselessly. The cool, solid wooden floor underfoot grounded me in reality, even as my thoughts drifted towards the inexplicable. Navigating through my house at night had always been a dance of familiarity and caution, but on this night every room exuded an unfamiliar essence. The hallway stretched before me, its walls seemingly absorbing the dim light rather than reflecting it. Family photographs gazed at me with distant expressions, their once familiar faces now seeming further away than ever. The enigmatic voice guided me towards my study, where rows of books line the walls, their spines forming a tapestry of muted colors in the darkness. My favorite reading chair sat unoccupied, yet a sense of anticipation lingered around it, as though someone had just vacated the seat. The leather still retained a hint of warmth, and beside it, my grandmother's antique table lamp cast an amber glow that appeared to pulse faintly with each ethereal murmur. Something peculiar caught my eye among my collection of vinyl records, a solitary album slightly apart from the rest, its sleeves showing signs of frequent handling. I could not recall the last time I had touched it, yet there it sat, as if awaiting my attention. The dust cover of the record player was ajar, although I distinctly remembered closing it the night before. Almost of its own volition, my hand retrieved the record from its sleeve. The vinyl surface caught the lamp's light, reflecting concentric circles that spiraled towards the center like a hypnotic beckoning. Placing it on the turntable, the needle found its groove without my guidance, and music began to play, not the anticipated symphony, but the soothing sound of rain on a tin roof, mingling with distant piano notes that seemed to emerge from the depths of memory itself. The voice intertwined with these sounds, now more distinct, uttering words that felt like fragmented remnants of a conversation from a dream. It spoke of summer evenings spent on a porch swing, of promises made under starlit skies, and of time slipping away like sand through open fingers. The antique clock on the wall ticked steadily, marking the passage of time with its brass pendulum, each swing stretching into what felt like an eternity. The voice reminisced about my grandmother, evoking memories of evenings spent listening to her tales, her hands busy with needlework while the same lamp bathed us in its warm light. Did she hold knowledge of this voice? Had she left behind a message that I was only just beginning to decipher? The room's temperature shifted imperceptibly, creating gentle breezes that caused the lamp's light to dance. Every shadow seemed to possess a unique depth of darkness, within which intricate patterns began to surface, reminiscent of the lace doilies my grandmother used to craft, each design seemingly concealing hidden significance. Slowly sinking into the reading chair, its familiar embrace enveloping me, I listened as the voice continued its spectral soliloquy. Its cadence synchronized with the pendulum of the clock, weaving a hypnotic tapestry of memory and enigma. My fingers traced patterns on the worn armrests of the chair, following grooves worn by years of similar gestures. The shelves of books appeared to breathe in tandem with the voice, their contents shifting almost imperceptibly. One particular volume caught my gaze, a book of poetry gifted by my grandmother long ago. Its spine emitted a faint glow in the lamplight, and I realized that the voice recited verses I had once read aloud to her during her final days. Time itself seemed to flow like thick honey in winter, rich with significance yet resistant to quantification. With each passing moment, the voice grew clearer, though its message remained just beyond complete comprehension. It spoke of connections that transcended the constraints of time, of love echoing through generations, of memories dwelling in the spaces between heartbeats. As dawn approached, its pale fingers stretching through the window, the voice began to fade. The record continued its silent rotation, the needle tracing an endless circular path. The lamp's light pulsed one final time, and in that fleeting instant, I grasped a profound realization about the essence of memory and loss. When morning fully arrived, I found myself still seated in the reading chair, the record player silent, the lamp extinguished. The room bore no signs of my nocturnal journey, save for a solitary book of poetry lying open on the side table, its pages adorned with my grandmother's delicate annotations. Whether what transpired was a dream or reality mattered less than the lingering emotion it left in its wake, a sensation of connection to something vast and mysterious, yet intimately known. The voice may have faded with the night, but its reverberations lingered, a gentle reminder that certain enigmas are meant to be felt rather than unraveled, experienced rather than explained. In the tranquil moments that ensued, I found solace in the uncertainty, in the realm between comprehension and curiosity, where the most exquisite mysteries found their dwelling place. Story 33. On a moonlit journey back home, the nearly deserted subway carriage felt unusually heavy. Nestled in the shadowy corner, a solitary figure sat in silence, their gaze fixed upon me as the train rumbled through the murky tunnels. The air hung thick with the mingled scents of sweat and stagnant air, and a disquieting sensation of being observed descended upon me. The gentle sway of the carriage and the rhythmic clack of wheels against tracks wove a hypnotic melody that typically would have ushered me into slumber. Yet this night was different. My focus kept gravitating back to the stranger, whose mere presence seemed to warp the very essence of reality around them. The flickering fluorescent lights overhead sporadically cast eerie shadows that danced playfully across the weathered metal walls. I couldn't shake a peculiar observation about my fellow traveler. Their outline seemed slightly blurred, as if glimpsing them through a rain-splattered window. With each blink or shift of my gaze, their edges momentarily sharpened before softening once more. The subtlety of the effect might have been attributed to my weary eyes if not for what unfolded next. The stranger extended their hand in what seemed like a greeting, yet the motion left lingering traces in the air, akin to the luminous trails painted by sparklers in the night sky. Each gesture created ripples in the surrounding space, distorting the advertisements plastered on the walls behind them. The temperature within the carriage plummeted, and a shiver traveled up my spine, raising goosebumps on my arms. Time itself began to feel elastic, stretching and contracting with every breath. The intervals between stations elongated, the darkness beyond the windows grew deeper and more profound. The customary ambient sounds of the subway, the rush of air, the mechanical groans, the distant echoes all faded into a velvety silence, leaving only the steady heartbeat rhythm of wheels on tracks. I found myself studying their attire, a blend of modernity and antiquity intertwined. A coat that could have adorned someone yesterday or a century past, shoes that seemed to morph between styles when not under direct scrutiny. Their countenance remained cloaked in shadow despite the harsh lighting, as if darkness itself gravitated towards them. The stranger began to hum, a melody just beyond audible reach. Instead of hearing it with my ears, I felt the tune resonating within my chest, a haunting melody redolent of childhood lullabies and forgotten reveries. My eyelids grew heavy, yet I resisted succumbing to sleep, ensnared between comfort and disquiet. Subtle alterations began to manifest within the subway carriage. Advertisements displayed different images when glimpsed from the corner of my eye. The metal poles appeared to bend at impossible angles before swiftly returning to normal upon direct focus. The windows reflected scenes that defied reality: verdant gardens, grand libraries, distant constellations. The stranger rose leisurely, their movement fluid as water in weightlessness. Advancing towards me, I noticed their feet barely grazed the floor. The air surrounding them shimmered with an opalescent sheen, akin to heat waves rising from sun-kissed pavement. Their presence exuded an aura of immense age and boundless patience. Seating themselves across from me, I briefly glimpsed their visage, kind and ancient, familiar yet impossible to fully commit to memory. When they spoke, their voice echoed like a gentle breeze through autumn foliage. "You possess a keen sight," they whispered, though their lips remained still. It is rare to encounter one still awake at this hour within reality's tapestry. I yearned to reply, to voice the myriad questions swirling in my mind, yet found myself enveloped in a profound tranquility. The rhythmic sway of the train transformed into a cradle, and the night beyond the windows metamorphosed into a tender embrace. The stranger's presence no longer felt ominous, but rather akin to reuniting with an old friend whose name lingered just beyond memory's grasp. As I reopened my eyes, I found myself alone within the subway carriage. The fluorescent lights buzzed with their customary harshness, the advertisements promoting standard products and services. The air had reverted to its usual temperature, and the symphony of subway sounds resumed its familiar cadence. However, a change had transpired. In the window's reflection, a subtle iridescence clung to my garments, akin to dewdrops on a spider's silk. Nestled within my pocket, I discovered a ticket stub of unknown origin, etched with symbols from an unfamiliar alphabet that I inexplicably comprehended. Henceforth, whenever I embark on a late-night subway sojourn, I pay heed to my fellow passengers with heightened awareness. Occasionally, when the illumination strikes just so, I glimpse blurred contours and lingering traces. And on rare occasions, I perceive a distant hum that resonates not in my ears, but within my very bones, a gentle reminder that reality is far more malleable than perceived, especially within those threshold spaces betwixt here and there, betwixt wakefulness and slumber. Story 34. On a hazy evening, I strolled past a forsaken playground where rusted swings whispered softly in the gentle breeze. In the midst of the cool air, a faint, almost imperceptible laughter tickled my ears, an echo of gleeful voices that once danced through the atmosphere. The mingling scents of damp grass and aged metal wrapped around me, leaving behind a disquieting feeling that the playground still thrived with memories of laughter lost to the passage of time. My steps led me to a weathered bench near the slide, its wooden slats polished smooth by countless parents who had watched their children frolic. The metal framework of the playground equipment cast elongated shadows in the dim light, creating shifting, dancing patterns when caught in my peripheral vision. A soft wind whispered through the surrounding trees, carrying the sweet, earthy fragrance of autumn leaves. Initially, I convinced myself I was merely taking a different path home, seeking solitude for reflection after a wearisome day. Yet there was something about the tranquil seclusion of the playground that beckoned me, drawing me back night after night. Each visit unveiled new layers to its enigmatic ambience, transforming it into my personal sanctuary, a place where time seemed to ebb and flow in mysterious ways. One particularly serene evening, as I sat on my customary bench, my gaze fixated on the carousel. Despite no human touch, the metal horse figures shimmered with an unusual warmth, as if recently caressed by tiny, eager hands. A peculiar static lingered in the air around them, reminiscent of children's laughter hanging in the silence between sounds. In the ensuing weeks, subtle alterations in the playground caught my attention. Swings would sway gently without a breath of wind, while faint footprints appeared in the dew, only to vanish with the rising sun. The metal slide, chilled by evening mist, occasionally felt warm to the touch, as though someone had recently slid down its length. Thus, I began documenting these enigmatic occurrences in a notebook, unraveling hidden patterns with each observation. The phantom laughter I first heard appeared to adhere to a schedule, almost becoming audible at specific times of the evening, especially under the full moon and the encroaching mist from the nearby woods. Always on the cusp of perception, the sound resembled a whisper in a dream, never quite loud enough to be distinctly heard. The other visitors to the park, predominantly dog walkers and joggers, remained oblivious to the peculiarities. They passed through swiftly, their eyes gliding over the playground equipment as if it were invisible. Yet I knew better. I had come to realize that this place held a unique essence, one that unveiled itself solely to those willing to truly listen and observe. One evening, a small red ball sat motionless atop the carousel platform. As I neared, it shifted slightly, nudged by an unseen force. Anticipation thickened the air, and for a fleeting moment, I could swear I heard children's melodies hummed just beyond my auditory range. The ball rolled in a perfect circle around the carousel's central pole, heightening the mystique of the night. That evening, I lingered longer than usual, watching as the moon ascended above the trees. Shadows cast by the playground equipment seemed to move independently, while the swings swayed in harmonious synchronization, echoing the rhythm of my heart. The indistinct laughter intensified, not in volume but in essence, enveloping me like a warm embrace. In that moment, a profound realization washed over me. This playground wasn't haunted conventionally, it was frozen in a timeless moment of pure joy. The elusive laughter I strained to hear echoed the happiness of every child who had played there, their jubilation imprinted on the space like a photograph developed under light. The enigmatic events weren't meant to alarm, but to remind us of the enchantment found in realms where innocence and creativity once reigned supreme. Months have passed, yet I still frequent my secluded playground nearly every evening. I've grown attuned to the subtle cues that herald the peak of the inaudible laughter, a unique quality to the mist, a specific hue of twilight, the air pregnant with anticipation. Sometimes I bring a book and read aloud softly to the vacant playground, and on those nights the swings sway with purpose, the carousel horses stand prouder, and the laughter, though silent, feels closer than ever. This tale remains mine alone, cherished for the clandestine bond I share with a place existing between memory and magic. The playground has taught me that certain mysteries aren't meant to be unraveled, but to be embraced and revered. And so I continue my twilight visits, content to be the solitary audience for a spectacle unfolding in whispers and shadows, accompanied by laughter that dances just beyond human perception. Story 35. In the hush of an early morning stroll across a serene meadow, I found myself captivated by the glistening dew adorning the grass. To my amazement, the droplets had arranged themselves into minuscule, precise letters, a script crafted by the hand of nature. The air was saturated with the sweet fragrance of damp earth and wildflowers, enveloping me in a tranquil embrace. It felt as if this transient message was a whisper meant solely for my eyes and heart. The mist of dawn lingered low, veiling everything in a soft, pearly gray cloak. As I knelt down to inspect the dew-kissed grass, my breath stirred delicate ripples in the moisture-laden atmosphere. The letters seemed to come alive, shimmering and swaying in a dance just beyond my grasp. Each intricate curve and line resembled the finest calligraphy etched in liquid crystal. Compelled by an inexplicable force, I returned to that meadow each morning. New messages emerged daily, their significance tantalizingly close yet elusive. With the sun's warm touch, the dew script morphed from clear, defined shapes into abstract forms that melded back into the earth. Occasionally, foreign words appeared, their shapes both recognizable and strange. The gentle rustle of the breeze through the tall grass became my constant companion, harmonizing with the early bird's melodic greetings to the daybreak. I meticulously transcribed the messages into a weathered journal, my fingertips tracing the lingering dampness as I sketched the ethereal patterns. The pages bore a subtle ripple, a testament to the dew-born letters they held. One misty morning, a change caught my eye. The script now spiraled outward from a central point, weaving an intricate mandala of words and symbols. A hushed energy hung in the air, muffling the usual sounds of daybreak as if the meadow itself held its breath. My skin prickled as I traced the spiral's path, trying to unravel its enigmatic design. The messages extended beyond the meadow. They materialized on my bedroom window in the condensation, perfectly aligned droplets forming cryptic phrases. Even my morning tea exhaled wisps of script in the rising steam, fleeting and transient. The frost on autumn leaves bore traces of this mysterious language, hinting at a hidden connection. In my dreams, the scripts danced before me, flowing like liquid silver through realms of shadow and light. They whispered secrets in voices woven from rustling leaves and distant wind chimes. Each dawn brought the fading echo of almost understanding, slipping away like elusive water through my grasp. The journal burgeoned with these gentle mysteries, its pages a tapestry of dew-born revelations. Hours slipped by as I compared patterns, noting their alignment with the moon's phases, the shifting seasons, and the evolving morning light. A deeper rhythm emerged, hinting at a slow conversation between earth and sky. As winter crept nearer, the messages dwindled, appearing only on pristine mornings of crystal-clear stillness. I cherished these moments, knowing each could be the last until the thaw of spring. Frost etched its own rendition of the script, weaving delicate messages into grass that sparkled like scattered diamonds in the pale sunlight. Years have passed, yet I still return to the meadow, the messages now a rare sight. Perhaps they guided me towards this state of serene observation, this reverence for the subtle enchantment of dawn. The dew still paints perfect drops on leaf and blade, and though the distinct letters may have faded, a new kind of understanding blossoms. My journal rests on my desk, a repository of those early morning wonders. The sketched patterns seem to shift and evolve in different lights, mirroring the fluidity of the dew script. Maybe comprehension was never the goal. Perhaps the true gift lies in the quiet awe, in learning to pause and witness the world's mysteries with patient, grateful eyes. The meadow stands as my sanctuary, where the boundary between the ordinary and the extraordinary blurs in the first light of day. While I may never decipher the full meaning of those crystalline messages, their presence has etched an enduring mark on my soul. They taught me that life's deepest moments often lie not in answers, but in the gentle unfolding of unanswerable questions. Story 36, in a forgotten corner of a neglected gallery filled with ancient family treasures, my gaze fell upon a portrait that seemed out of place, a faded visage of a stranger whose eyes whispered a tale of hidden sorrow. Behind the time-worn frame, a fragile letter lay hidden, exuding the faint scent of aged parchment and lavender, beckoning me to unravel the secrets veiled within its delicate script. The gallery itself stood as a silent witness to the passage of time, with dust motes swirling lazily in the soft afternoon light that filtered through tall, time-worn windows, casting a hypnotic spell against the backdrop of weathered wooden panels. Each creak of the aged floorboards beneath my feet murmured of the countless souls who had tread those same paths long before me. With trembling fingers, I carefully extracted the letter, feeling the weight of forgotten history as my touch grazed the weathered paper. The portrait's enigmatic eyes seemed to follow my every move, a woman of bygone days, her countenance a blend of melancholy and quiet resolve that stirred my curiosity about the life she once led. The script on the yellowed paper flowed gracefully, though time had softened the ink to a gentle sepia hue. As I delved into the words, the ambient sounds of the present faded into a distant murmur, replaced by the rhythmic scratch of a quill pen on parchment echoing from the past. My dearest Elizabeth, by the time these words reach your hands, I shall have embarked on a voyage across the vast sea. The burden of this decision weighs heavy on my heart, yet the quest for our grandmother's legacy beckons me forth. Dreams have woven a tapestry of visions of the ancient music box with its hidden compartment, of the key that dangled from her neck, of the tales she spun about the enigmatic manor by the mist-shrouded shore. Night after night, the haunting melody she once hummed grows clearer, its strains echoing in the silence. I have unraveled that the tune matches the intricate engravings on the music box, the very one that vanished upon her departure from this realm. The portrait I leave behind harbors more than mere semblance. It conceals a map, a cartographic secret safeguarded through the ages. I dare not disclose its precise whereabouts in this missive, but you, my childhood companion, will recall the alcove in the gallery where we hid our treasures. The same sanctum shall guide your quest to the truth. Should this letter find another's eyes, heed this warning. Some enigmas are best left undisturbed. However, Elizabeth, if you are indeed the reader, heed my guidance. Our legacy transcends material wealth or property. It resides in the wisdom handed down by the matriarchs of our lineage. The moon's reflection upon still waters, the rustle of wind through ancient boughs, the dance of candlelight shadows, these hold the key to enlightenment. Trust your instincts above all else, for revelations often manifest in dreams, as they did for our grandmother and now for me. With unwavering love and hope, Margaret, the epistle drew to a close, yet its essence lingered in the air like the fading hues of twilight. My gaze returned to the portrait, now suffused with newfound meaning, as the gallery seemed to pulsate with the weight of untold narratives and unfinished odysseys. In the encroaching dusk, shadows stretched languidly across the chamber, casting a transformative aura upon the painting. Details previously overlooked came to light, a subtle pendant at her throat that might have held a key, a mere glimpse of a music box's silhouette in the background, the way her hand hovered near her chest as if guarding a secret. The tranquil hush of the gallery enveloped me like a comforting shroud as I pondered the enigma before me. Should I embark on the trail of the hidden map, follow Margaret's cryptic trail to wherever her journey had led her across the ocean? The decision need not be hastily made, for some enigmas unfurled their mysteries only when the stars align. Gently I returned the letter to its covert abode, yet not before transcribing its contents into my journal with a reverent hand. As I readied to depart, a faint melody, ethereal and pure, seemed to waft through the air, a fleeting lullaby from a distant memory. Whether born of my imagination or resonating from the depths of the gallery's shadows, I could not discern. The portrait's gaze trailed me as I made my exit, though not with an unsettling gaze, but rather with a gentle allure akin to a tome awaiting exploration, a narrative yearning to be unfurled. I knew that I would return to this hallowed space, to this enigma shrouded in whispers. Yet for now, I allowed the questions to drift through my mind like autumn leaves on a tranquil pond, understanding that certain truths reveal themselves most vividly in the realm of dreams. Story 37. In the depths of my attic, amidst a trove of forgotten treasures, I stumbled upon an ancient radio. Its dial bore the scars of time, and its speakers lay silent, dormant until a hushed evening when it stirred to life, crackling with whispers from the beyond. Ghostly voices and ethereal melodies floated through the static, carrying the poignant essence of bygone eras and faded hopes. Each note carried a weight of nostalgia, a yearning for remembrance. Intrigued, I found myself drawn to the attic more frequently after that fateful night. The space exuded a peculiar allure, with dust motes pirouetting in the moonlit haze that seeped through a small window. The time-worn floorboards murmured beneath my steps as I approached the corner where the radio rested on an ancient oak table, its mahogany sheen dulled by the passage of time. As twilight painted the heavens with delicate hues, I settled into the worn leather armchair beside the radio, a ritual as natural as breathing. I would ignite the brass dial, witnessing the soft amber glow of the vacuum tubes and waiting in anticipation. Sometimes only the quiet hiss of static enveloped me, reminiscent of rain cascading on a tin roof. Yet on certain enchanted nights, when the air crackled with possibility, something miraculous unfolded. The music unfurled not in a sudden burst, but in a gradual crescendo from the white noise, akin to a photograph developing in a dark room. The melodies were a tapestry of the extraordinary waltzes that danced on air, jazz tunes redolent of long-forgotten smoky rooms, and voices serenading in unfamiliar tongues that felt oddly intimate. One autumn eve, as the wind whispered through the trees, a shift occurred in the radio's transmissions. Amidst the musical reveries, I discerned soft, poignant words. Remember the garden, remember the dance, remember the promise. The voice transcended gender and age, yet its warmth tingled with familiarity, stirring forgotten echoes within me. I began chronicling these enigmatic messages in a journal, noting lunar phases, weather patterns, and elusive connections. The pages filled with descriptions of songs that seemed to echo my thoughts, of voices recounting memories I had not lived but recognized deeply. The radio seemed privy to secrets my past, my dreams, the silent yearnings I harbored. Winter descended, veiling the attic in longer shadows and icy tendrils. Yet I remained cocooned in the symphony that the radio unfurled, oblivious to the chill. At times I would drift into slumber, only to awaken to the radio's celestial tunes, interwoven with my dreams. In those liminal states between sleep and wakefulness, I glimpsed spectral figures behind the voices, their forms as elusive as smoke in the dimness. The pinnacle of this enigmatic journey arrived on a night cloaked in snowfall, where the world hushed beneath a blanket of white. The radio reached out to me, recounting details of my childhood long buried, the hue of my first bicycle, the name of a cherished pet, the melody my grandmother crooned while baking. Instead of fear, a profound tranquility enveloped me, a gentle reminder of my essence. With passing months, subtle shifts permeated my existence. Colors bloomed vivid, memories surged to life, and dreams brimmed with significance. The radio's influence transcended its broadcasts, stirring dormant facets of my being. Unfamiliar melodies hummed on my lips, resonating like an ancient lullaby. On silent nights when the radio lay dormant, I pondered the fabric of reality itself. How many unseen layers enshrouded us, how many frequencies pulsed beyond our perception. The radio ceased to be a mere contraption, morphing into a portal to dimensions mirroring our own. I refrained from dissecting its mechanics, sensing that its magic, if magic it was, dwelled not in its hardware, but in the nebulous realm between reality and fantasy. As I pen these words, the radio serenades me each night with its cryptic melodies. Its mysteries linger unsolved, yet I've gleaned that certain mysteries outweigh their resolutions. In the whispers between songs and the murmured phrases that may be messages or memories, I've unearthed a profound verity, one that speaks not to the intellect but to the soul that recalls the unknown. The amber glow of the tubes now guides my slumber, the soft crackle of its speaker a lullaby to my nocturnal reveries. Ere I drift into sleep, I wonder if somewhere another soul listens to their own enigmatic radio, sharing echoes of my existence as I do theirs, all linked by unseen waves of sound and memory, dancing through the night's eternal embrace. Story 38. In a cozy embrace of my cherished coffee haven on a rainy morning, a neatly folded note awaited me on the table. The paper, crisp and boasting elegant script foreign to my eyes, carried a subtle hint of lavender intertwined with the aroma of coffee. Reading the cryptic message sent a shiver down my spine. It was no mere coincidence, but a deliberate clue to a hidden enigma within the ordinary. The note's words were simple yet puzzling. Look for the woman in the pearl gray coat. She appears every Tuesday at precisely 9:17 a.m. She neither orders nor converses, yet always leaves a trace. Intrigued, I found myself drawn back to the cafe each Tuesday, curious beyond reason. The soft patter of rain against the windows became my reliable companion, crafting a soothing melody for my silent observations. The familiar sense of freshly brewed coffee and baked goods enveloped me, cocooning me in warmth as I waited. On the first Tuesday, I arrived early, selecting a corner spot with a view of both entrances. The cafe buzzed with muted conversations and the clinking of cups, a tranquil symphony. My gaze shifted between the antique clock's steady tick and the arrival of each new patron, and precisely at 9:17 she entered. Clad in a pearl gray coat that draped elegantly on her figure, she seemed to absorb and reflect the soft light around her. Her presence was both tangible and ethereal, akin to morning mist touched by sunlight. With deliberate grace, she always chose the same table by the window. Though her face remained partially concealed under a wide-brimmed hat, her hands were visible, graceful, weathered, adorned with a solitary silver ring on her right index finger. Week after week, I observed her ritual like a well-choreographed performance. For 7 minutes, she sat with impeccable posture, hands folded in her lap. As foretold by the note, she made no orders, exchanged no words. Yet I began to notice the peculiar items she left behind: an antique button, a pressed flower, an old compass with a cracked face but a needle spinning with a mysterious energy. The cafe staff seemed oblivious to these objects. Inquiring about the woman only elicited distant gazes and swift subject changes, as if she existed in a blind spot of their awareness. Each item she left emitted a subtle energy, hinting at fragments of a tale I struggled to piece together. One rainy Tuesday, I found her seated at my usual table. Though her features remained obscured, I sensed her acknowledgement of my presence. Before her lay an aged leather-bound journal, its yellowed pages speaking of time gone by. With a slight nod, she gestured for me to join her. As I sat, the cafe's ambient sounds faded into a distant murmur, the air between us thick with anticipation. Her voice, like autumn leaves rustling in a gentle breeze, broke the silence. "You've been observing," she stated, not inquiring but affirming. Few recognize the patterns, fewer still pause to wonder, to question the gaps between moments. Flipping open the journal, she revealed pages adorned with the same elegant script from the initial note. "Time is not as linear as believed," she continued, tracing the words with her fingers. "It folds and unfolds, creating pockets where secrets gather. Some of us traverse these folds, gathering what lingers in the creases." The journal contained sketches of the objects she had left, accompanied by coordinates, dates, and enigmatic annotations that seemed to shift and transform with each glance. Why me? I ventured, my voice barely audible. She smiled, her face still a mystery. "You possess the patience for patterns, the capacity to dwell in uncertainty without seeking answers. Most importantly, you comprehend that certain enigmas are meant to be experienced rather than deciphered." Rising to her feet, she left the journal behind. "It is your turn now," she murmured softly. "Seek those who seek the patterns, lead them back to wonder with breadcrumbs of intrigue." When my eyes lifted from the journal, she had vanished. The cafe's ambient sounds returned like a gentle tide, accompanied by the steady rain and the lingering scent of coffee. The journal remained tangible under my touch, its once filled pages now blank spaces where the words had resided. Every Tuesday at 9:17 a.m. I revisit the cafe. Sometimes I glimpse others like myself, quietly observing. Occasionally I leave behind small tokens of vintage key, a pressed leaf, a smoothed sea glass. Witnessing the spark of curiosity in their eyes when they discover these offerings is a silent joy. Though the woman in the pearl gray coat has not reappeared, her essence lingers in the quiet interludes, in the rain against the windows, in the rising steam from coffee cups. I've learned that some mysteries do not demand unraveling. They require witnessing, honoring, and sharing, akin to whispered secrets in the fleeting spaces between heartbeats.